I'd like to call the Prince William County School Board meeting to order. We will start with the invocation for the January 18th, 2017 school board meeting. It will be led by Pastor Barry White of Park Valley Church in Haymarket at the request of Sean Brand of the Brentsville District. Pastor White.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, God, thank you so much for this evening. Thank you for all the people that are here and for the fact that they care about their county and the school system. God, we thank you for a school board that still opens with prayer, in a sense to say that you are a priority and that your presence is here. Lord, we know that you see and hear everything that's done in this room. God, thank you so much for the board of the school board, and Lord, for all that they do for this county and for the kids. God, I pray that they would always remember the responsibility that they have and the decisions that they make and how they affect thousands and thousands of families. God, thank you for the kids that are in all of these schools. I pray, Lord, that you would keep them safe. And I pray, Lord, that they would especially see how valuable they are. It seems like so many kids are discouraged. And God, I pray that you would just encourage them. I pray, Lord, that they would understand just, again, how valuable that they are. They're valuable because they're not random. Lord, you made them, and you don't make mistakes. And we thank you for that. Lord, most of all, we thank you for Jesus and that he came to this earth and that he died and rose from the dead for us and truly gives us hope, because I think everybody's really just in search of hope. So, Lord, we ask that you would bless this meeting tonight, all that's said and done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. We have the Pledge of Allegiance. Students in the crowd, if you'd like to come forward, Boy Scouts, any Prince William County students, if you'd like to step forward here. I see a couple here in front. You can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance if you'd like to come up here forward. We have a Cub Scout coming. Yeah, here we go. Come on up to the front here, everyone. Lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then when we say the pledge, please give us your name, your school, and your grade, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can give them your name and what school you go to.
Two young men, can you give us your name, your grade, and what school you go to?
I go to Henderson Elementary and I am first grader.
What's your name?
Watch your step down, okay?
What's your name, young man?
I'm Jackson Irvin.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Leo D'Angelo, and I go to Old Bridge Elementary.
What grade? What grade are you in?
I'm in 3rd grade.
Thank you. Right. All right, before our regular meeting today, we have a public hearing for the Potomac Shores Elementary School, Kilby Elementary School replacement, and affected elementary school attendance areas. This is item 12.01 under the title of public hearing. I declare that the public hearing is now open on the subject of the elementary school attendance area modifications that result from the opening of the Potomac Shores Elementary School and the Kilby Elementary School replacement for the 2017-18 school year. Any citizen who has signed up to speak on this matter may do so at this time. We had several speakers sign up ahead of time. We also had a few speakers sign up at the door. Everyone will get a chance to speak. That signed up for the public hearing. Again, just to be clear, this is not citizens' time that is part of the regular school board agenda. This is a separate public hearing regarding the boundaries. The regular citizens' time will follow during the regular meeting. So this is specifically the sign up for the public hearing, just for some clarity there. Looks like we had about 26 people sign up ahead of time and 2 people sign up at the door for the public hearing. The same rules apply as it does for citizens' time later, although I'll get to say it twice here, that everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. We ask that you follow proper decorum at all times. If not, you'll be asked to step aside. During that 3 minutes, at the 30-second mark remaining after 2.5 minutes, your timer will turn yellow on the board above me. I will control the timer here from the dais. And at 0 seconds, it'll turn red, and you are asked to stop and wrap up at that point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the first 10 speakers up so we can kind of fill these front rows, which are reserved for our speakers, and we can kind of keep it flowing a little better that way. So when I call your name, please come forward. Our first speaker, I'm going to make sure I'm reading off the right sheet, otherwise I'd add to the confusion here. The first speaker is Michael Artson, and then Anna Rodriguez, Angela Roth, Tasha Nelson, Mars Uwet, Terrence Gomez, Margaret Govanazzo, Paul Pimentel, Jeremy Secor, and Josh Gaw. Those are our first 10 speakers. If I pronounced your name incorrectly, I sincerely apologize. But those are our first 10 speakers. Again, 3 minutes. It'll turn yellow at 30 seconds. It's time to wrap up. And at 0 seconds, it'll turn red. And again, proper decorum at all times. Our first speaker is Michael Artson. Mr. Artson? Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening, school board members. My name is Michael Artson, and I'm a longtime resident of Greenwich Hill. I'm here today to protest the proposed boundary changes for Occoquan Elementary School. The proposed boundary change will exclude Greenwich Hill, which is in walking distance to the school. I oppose this decision for 3 reasons. First is the issue of convenience. Occoquan Elementary School is in walking distance to Greenwich Hills. Many families living here are transit dependent or have 1 car. Parents walk to the school to attend parent-teacher meetings and after-school meetings. As a school district, Prince William County struggles to improve parent involvement, an important factor in closing the achievement gap. This decision would hurt any advances in that area. Second, the decision threatens our children's future by moving underserved kids from one of the highest performing schools in Virginia to one of the lowest performing schools in Virginia. Would you want that for your child? Treat us like you want to be treated. Normally, kids from underserved areas do not have access to the best performing schools. This current situation is rare. This proposal will contribute to widening the achievement gap. Finally, there's the issue of home values. As you know, home values are directly tied to the performance of schools. Many residents specifically moved to Greenwich Hills so that their child could attend Occoquan Elementary School. This decision could lower the home values of every homeowner in Greenwich Hills. This is unfair. Treat us like you want to be treated. As a taxpayer, voter, and longtime homeowner, I strongly oppose this decision and ask that you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Rodriguez. I am going to ask, I'm sorry, it's going to be a long meeting with that, so I am going to ask the applause be kept, no applause and no booing, no hissing, any of that. We do have a lot of speakers to get through, and it can really slow things down here. So, Ms. Anna Rodriguez, you are up.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Anna Rodriguez, and I'm a parent of 2 Occoquan Elementary School students. I'm here once again to express my concern about the proposed boundary change that will affect my community, Greenwich Hill. I strongly oppose to such change. It is unreasonable to send our kids to another school that is 2 miles away when we live 2 blocks away from Occoquan Elementary. There are other communities that can be served by Belmont Elementary School. Those are communities around the Route 1. Greenwich Hill is located at Occoquan Road, just like Occoquan Elementary. This is not about feelings and what make our kids happy. It's about what is best for them. And this boundary change if this boundary change takes place, our kids are going to be denied a quality education that Occoquan Elementary has given them. Occoquan Elementary has achieved so much. The principal and his staff are doing it's outstanding. They are winning awards, high scores in SOLs. It has been mentioned that Occoquan classrooms are overcrowded. Since my oldest son was in kindergarten, I never seen problems with classrooms. They are well equipped according to their needs. They have classes only in trailers only for music class once a week. Belmont Elementary is considered one of the poorest performing schools in Northern Virginia. 49% in reading, 53% in math. It's unfair the way this boundary change is planned. There is no options for us. Our little community is going to be carved out because of new developments being built and not looking after the best interest of our children. As a homeowner, I'm concerned with the value of my house. That is why I oppose to this ridiculous boundary change that will send our kids to a poor performing school and separate them school socially from neighbor friends living just blocks away. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Roth. And speakers, if you do want to ask people to stand if they support your cause, that is allowed as part of your 3 minutes. But I just want to make sure that you can show support in that way during your time. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Angela Roth. I am the PTA president for Swans Creek Elementary School. This is my 6th year holding that title. I also happen to serve on the board of Southbridge Homeowners Association, where Swans Creek is currently located. Today I'm here to express my support for proposed plan number 6 of the boundary change in regard to Swans Creek Elementary School and Southbridge. I would, however, ask that the plan be slightly amended to include the 5 streets in our community that were admitted. In doing this, it will allow all of Southbridge to remain at Swans Creek. 14 years ago, my husband and I purchased our home in Southbridge, and we did so our children, 4 sons, could attend Swans Creek for their elementary education. The outstanding administration and teaching staff led the way, and that is why we have remained in Southbridge and at Swans Creek and as active community members. Next year will be a bittersweet year for our family, as it is our last because we have ran out of children to send there. In all of those years at Swans Creek, our family has stepped up to the call and volunteered our time and effort into building this to be a true community school. We have helped to create a community fun run, a community swim team, and we have taught our students, both past and present, the value of giving back to the community we live in. Many students from the high school, middle school levels all come back to serve as volunteers at Swans Creek. The many community programs and outreach projects have all been launched from the Swans Creek front doors. While our community school has really brought us together, it also shows that different, diverse communities can actually come together as one. We have also been able to garner different partnerships to provide a range of opportunities for our students and their families, not only during the class time, but also when class time is over. Neighbors have come together to create a safe and supportive school climate for Swans Creek and that diverse student body. It is one that I do not wish to see changed. In closing, I do want to comment that, as I've told my other parents at Swans Creek and in Southbridge, no matter how these boundaries fall, I know and feel strongly Prince William County's education will continue. Potomac Shores Elementary School will have a wonderful guidance under their new principal, Mr. Ron Wooten. He was at one time our vice principal. You've chosen wisely and well to have him serve. I know that we will partner with this school and both schools will be successful. I want to take a moment to thank the Boundary Committee for their hard work. This was not an easy task. Thank you for allowing me to take a moment to speak today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tasha Nelson. Tasha?
Good afternoon, or I should say good evening, members of the board. My name is Tasha Nelson, and I'm actually a new resident of Greenwich Hill Association, our neighborhood. And I am going to ask if you are here for Greenwich Hill and if you are here for Occoquan, that you do please stand in support. I have come here today because I am in strong opposition of the boundary changes that seems to single out Greenwich Hill community. I recently bought my home in June of 2016, and I came to this community because it is a strong, beautiful working class community that has wonderful kids in this community, and I believe it's all a part of, the children who attend Occoquan Elementary School. And to see that we have been singled out as a community that is between 0.4 and 0.6 miles away from the school, where there are other communities who are at least 2 miles away that will still be able to continue to go to this school, is very disheartening. And, I understand that home values are affected by that, but that really is the least of my concerns. But my concern is the education that my 5-year-old kindergartner is going to get. I work very hard as a single parent to make sure that he is reading, or actually he's performing above school level, and he's already performing at a first grade level, and then he's going to continue to do that with the guidance from Occoquan Elementary School and their staff. And so I continue to say that, again, I urge you strongly to reconsider the boundaries that cuts out this very good and close-knit community that is very close to Occoquan Elementary School, because definitely in the short time that I have been here, I strongly see and know that Occoquan Elementary School is one of the very strong threads in our community, and it is very important to us. With that being said, to know that also the alternative would be to ship our children 1.6 miles away in the opposite direction to a severely underperforming school is also another slight to us. And if I sound a little bit angry, I do apologize, but again, this is a very important issue to me. It will, for me personally, it'll make it very difficult for me to be an active and participating parent in the school, because it does deal with traffic going in the opposite direction, both going and coming back to our community. And I'm very involved in everything that's going on at Occoquan Elementary School. And so I thank everybody who is here today in support of changing the boundaries that, again, singles out Greenwich Hill community and disallowing our children to continue to go to Occoquan Elementary. And I hope that you all take this to heart and really reconsider the boundary changes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mars Ouette. Mars, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce it correctly.
Good evening. As the previous speaker said, I'm over here to dispute or to oppose the boundary change, because I think they well said the reason why they're opposing it. I'm not going to go back and try and explain why it's not only inconvenient for us living in that community 2 minutes away from the school to be moved 10 minutes away from the school, when sometimes I'm at work and then they call me and say, your son is sick, and I can send my mother that has 2 hips replaced to just walk to the school and get my son for me to call my wife and have her work or leave her job and drive 45 minutes if I can free myself. Second of all, I have 2 kids that attend that school, one with autism. I don't know if when you guys are making a decision on boundary changes, if you guys are even thinking about who's going to be affected by those changes. I'm not trying to take my daughter from the A to a C. I'm not just going to do that. And then I told the assistant principal last month when I was attending the last IEP meeting, and I just received one. Not 2 days ago, I received one. And then I told him I am not going to send my son or my daughter to Belmont. I'm not doing it. And I'm going to fight this decision all the way through. I'm not just even going to waste my time over here trying to argue the reason of why or why not. I just think it's unfair for people to just sit on the board and not even thinking about people that live in the community and taking decisions that will affect them directly. Not only is it not fair, and another thing, you guys giving a service to those kids with disability. For those who understand autism, it takes time for a kid to adjust from one school to another one. I came from Fairfax County, where my daughter used to go to school. It took her time to adjust when I bought the house over here in Woodbridge. And the reason I bought the house over there was because her teacher told me that she did a research on Occoquan School. If I was renting, I would move and find another place, but that is my home. I bought that home. It's mine. I can't move. If there's anybody here that want to buy it, I will sell it.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Terrence Gomez. Terrence? Terrence? Next speaker is Margaret Govanazzo. Margaret?
Good evening. My name is Margaret Govanazzo. I am a parent of 2 students who attend Henderson Elementary School. We currently live on Edgewood Drive. When we bought our house 10 years ago, we looked for a school community. We looked for a school with well-performing standards. As an educator, those are something that that are valued to me. We are currently, for next year, going to be rezoned over to Patty, which is another wonderful school. However, my children have both made friendships. They have built relationships in that building, and I am asking that we make an addendum so that that area can be placed back into the Henderson School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul Pimentel. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Pimentel. I'm here. I am a parent from Henderson Elementary School with 2 children, soon to be 3 there at Henderson Elementary. And first, I want to just start off by thanking the Boundary Committee for the hard work that they did put in. It's not easy, I understand. However, at the same time, I am here in opposition, as well as many other parents here, to the current boundary plan as it exists. The last boundary meeting, there were 20 speakers who spoke. 16 of those speakers all spoke in regards to Henderson Elementary School and this boundary plan, and to the fact that right now we welcome at Henderson Elementary anybody who wants to come to this school. And we do not want to remove anybody from this school. But what we ask is that we keep our community together and not divide our community. Just to accommodate another community 2.6 miles down the road on Cardinal Road that would be bused to our school. This other community, Cardinal Grove, God bless them, I'm sure they're wonderful people, and it's a wonderful community. But at the same time, there is a school right across the street from Cardinal Grove. You could throw, if you were the quarterback for the New England Patriots, you could throw a football from within Cardinal Grove and hit Benita Fitzgerald right across the street. However, students at Cardinal Grove will not be attending Benita Fitzgerald. Instead, they're being bused 2.6 miles away to Henderson Elementary School, where we have expanded the school and welcomed many other people. But why should children already at this school, who have already established their lives at this school, established their friendships, have to leave and be thrust out of that community to accommodate other children coming in from outside. That's wrong. And I ask this board to correct that error. Currently, right now, over 100 individuals have signed a petition asking to have these neighborhoods placed back in Henderson Elementary School. We know that Patty and Montclair Elementary are wonderful schools, and they have great communities there as well, and they are world-class schools. However, at the same time, we feel it would be wrong and it would do violence upon these children and their families to force them to move to accommodate groups from outside of these schools, groups that really should be going to Benita Fitzgerald, but for some reason, these new $750,000 homes, individuals there feel like they shouldn't be going to a school such as that. I lead you to draw your own conclusion about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Secor. Jeremy?
Good evening. Again, my name is Jeremy Secor, and thank you for taking the time for allowing me to speak. I myself also live on Edgewood Drive in the Montclair neighborhood. I have 3 kids, 2 currently attend Henderson, and I have one that'll be attending hopefully within the next few years. Like many folks here, I'm also concerned. Our section of the neighborhood, which only encompasses 4 streets, approximately 20, maybe 25 children, has been removed from Henderson starting next year. I understand that this board has a very difficult decision tonight, and I also understand that not everyone in this room is going to walk away happy. However, I think that the board can do something which benefits the community and doesn't take anybody out or disappoints anyone in the room. So ultimately what I'm asking is I'm asking this board to basically make an addendum. Add us back to Henderson. As I mentioned, it's only affecting about 20, 25 children. Currently, Henderson is not at capacity, not near capacity. And the next 5 years, the projections are not showing it going to capacity as well. So I politely ask this board to consider an addendum that have our children in our section of the neighborhood reintroduced to Henderson going forward. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Josh Gaw. Josh, and before you get going, I'm going to call the rest of everyone up. So you can go ahead and take the podium. It's okay. If you've already spoken, if you don't mind, we're gonna clear out the front row here. I'm gonna call the next 10 speakers up who will follow Josh. So our next 10 speakers after that are Jason Corzin, Heather Hancock, Baruz Rakani, Deanna Baer, Bob Hall, Carolyn Moreland, Jamie Buczynski, Derek Jones, Noel Limpscomb, and Joseph Irvin. Those will be the following 10 speakers. Mr. Gaw.
All right. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight to the zoning changes for the schools and for the boundary changes. I'm a parent at Henderson Elementary School, and speak in support of keeping the existing students that are in the neighborhoods of my last few speakers here and my neighbors. To keep them in Henderson District. Not only that, I am also a den leader for the Cub Scouts, among which includes a couple of these students. And I think that Henderson has a reputation as a very good school, and part of that not only is the teachers, but also the parents that are in the neighborhood, and we all put in a lot of effort. And it's best if everything can continue, if the effort that has been put in can continue. And we welcome other districts or other neighborhoods, but not at the expense of the students that are already there. So I think that it would be very good to continue keeping those students there and to add that addendum to keep those neighborhoods and those streets part of Henderson District. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jason Corzin. Jason.
Good evening. I'm Jason Corzin. I have 3 children. One just left Henderson, 2 are still there. I think my neighbors have spoken pretty well about this issue. Hopefully, I've passed some letters on myself. The past couple of years, we've been excited to see Henderson expanding. It's a great school. Our kids have done well there and thrived there. But they dealt with all that construction. The playgrounds were torn out. They were in the trailers for a little while, shuffling it out, and they dealt with it. We're excited because it means the school is getting bigger and bringing more students in. Then I started attending the boundary meetings and realized there was no plan to keep us at Henderson. And again, it's a small area of Edgewood, Cranberry Court, 20 to 25 students who are being sent back to Patty Elementary School, which is not the issue. It's just really that it's kind of unfair to those kids, I feel. It's unfair to those families who've been supportive of the school up to now. So I'd just like to see if you would reconsider that, make an addendum, whatever needs to be done to keep our little neighborhood where we've been at Henderson. So thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Heather Hancock. Heather.
Hello. I'm an educator and a mother, and I have a child going to Henderson currently, and I have one that will be attending Henderson within the next 2 years. And choosing a school to me was just as important to me as choosing a home. And when we moved to Montclair, we were excited to put down our roots as our 5-year-old entered kindergarten at Henderson. The school was undergoing renovations, which we were readily willing to accept. We loved the school, and ultimately, we were looking to the future and the positive impact a newly renovated school would have. That is why we were shocked to learn of the proposed boundary changes and exceedingly upset by the community that would potentially displace our neighborhood. It feels like a slap in the face that my daughter has endured 3 years of dust, workers coming in and out, the noise of construction, temporary classrooms, lack of a playground, and we will never reap the benefits of the work that is when it is finally completed. I understand and empathize with the predicament that Prince William County is in. The developers are building new communities so quickly, and clearly the impact fees that they're paying are not high enough to build the schools that our county so desperately needs. However, it doesn't seem logical to me to split up an established community. Those children that have just moved into their new homes in the new development, they haven't built those same ties, grown the same friendships, or volunteered their time in service of their school. It is my hope that you will empathize with us, the children and the parents of Henderson, that have invested in our schools and our community, and not let the developers have the final say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Baruz Rakani. Baruz.
Good evening. I'm talking behalf of the North Gate, Edgewood, Henderson School. I have 2 grandkids go over there. For years they are over there. They have a lot of friends over there. They all love their teacher. They all love their school. I don't know what will happen if you want to separate them from the school to stay somewhere else. And what will happen in their future, what they think, oh, my childhood, I lost my friend, I lost my teacher. It takes almost 2 years, 3 years to learn how to get or come back or to know their schools, their kids' name or friend's name. And parents, working very hard, to take care of them. And the school is beautiful school, nice school. And how come suddenly you all decided, separate those kids from the school and put a wall between this gate and that gate? What for? Please think about before any decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Deanna Baer. Deanna.
Good evening, Chairman Sawyers, Vice Chair Jesse, and school board members. Again, my name is Deanna Baer, and I have grandchildren at Henderson. That area of Northgate and Edgewood is a very small area, an area that's being cut out of Henderson, and that's upset me because it's upset my grandkids. And as you know, as a grandparent, if you remember your grandparents or you are one, you'll do anything to take care of your grandkids. Over the last few weeks, I have walked around this neighborhood, this small neighborhood, in efforts to alert the citizens of the looming boundary changes. Many were not even aware it was happening. Some knew, but didn't know what to do about it. In talking with them about the plans, they became clear there were some common feelings and themes. Since many of these citizens are unable to be here tonight because work, schedules, child, etc., I would like to relay some of their comments that they made to me personally to you. Many expressed that they saw this as wrong. Wrong in how the plans move them out of Henderson Elementary School to make room for a newer luxury home neighborhood that sits directly across the street from Fitzgerald Elementary School. As someone else said, they haven't had ties yet, time to make ties to their community. Other citizens felt that it's good to welcome new neighborhoods, new kids to the school. That's always good. But not at the expense of their own children, students currently attending Henderson. Many citizens of all backgrounds and circumstances expressed their reasons for moving to this neighborhood was to attend Henderson Elementary School. Some of these families are military. Some lived in government-subsidized housing, which I guess you wouldn't find in those newer luxury home neighborhoods. All the families I heard from love Henderson. They're disappointed that both of the proposed plans, none of the plans ever talked about or considered keeping this small neighborhood in Henderson. Generally speaking, citizens weren't happy. You heard disappointment. You heard a community that feels they're being wronged.
Thank you.
You heard them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Hall. Bob?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the hard work that you're about to do tonight. So my name is Robert Hall, and I serve on the Southbridge Community Association Board of Directors, where currently 100% of our community goes to Swans Creek, and I dare say 100% of our community loves Swans Creek. When reviewing plans 1 through 5, they all divided our community nearly in half, sending half to Potomac Shores and half to Swans Creek. So at first I was actually somewhat intrigued because everyone loves a new school. However, from a community association perspective, putting 2 sets of school buses on our streets, many of which are completely bisected, is unfeasible from a traffic point of view. There's not enough room to drive down these streets as it is. Most of our streets have parking on both sides. So then, this week, we see in the Prince William edition of Inside Nova that the VRE station that was promised to alleviate traffic in our neighborhood is not going to be completed until at least 2018. No defined date. So there's more traffic. Plan 6 came out, and I was very excited because it has the vast majority of our community attending Swans Creek. So I urge you to accept Plan 6, with one exception. If you could, there are 5 small streets, Barley Drive and its offshoots, that for some reason is the only part of Southbridge community that has been assigned to go to Potomac Shores. It is the closest part. However, what it does to us as board members on the community association is for that small little section, it doubles our responsibility to reach out to the schools. Instead of having 1 elementary school, we now have 2. And in order to serve and provide equal service to all of our community members, we're going to have to equally reach out to both elementary schools. So we're talking about less than a few dozen homes, even fewer students. And for the residents on those streets that I've talked to, they are delighted with Swans Creek and really would support staying there. So I urge you to please, as far as Swans Creek is concerned, we support Plan 6, but please consider an amendment for those 5 streets, Barley Drive and its offshoots. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Moreland. Carolyn?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this redistricting. I'm here to talk about it because I believe that strongly that it would make a drastic change in my community of Greenwich Hill. I believe that it would threaten two of the most important investments that we have, our children's education and our home values. We currently go to Occoquan Elementary School, which, as you know, is an excellent school. You talk to any family there, and they will tell you that. So I was disappointed to find that we would be leaving that school. What shocked me and urged me to come here was to see that they would be switched to Belmont Elementary School. Now, I might need someone to check the facts for me, but from what I saw on the Virginia Department of Education webpage is that Belmont is barely accredited. It did meet the standards this year, but it is in a special status for accreditation. And I don't understand the reasoning of moving children from a community, an underprivileged community, from a school that is performing as a school of excellence to a school that is barely accredited and barely meeting Virginia state standards of what they're supposed to be doing. The other issue about our home values, when I checked online and looked at the how that can be impacted by school district, I found that it could impact the price of homes or home property value between 12 to 18%. One place on Realtor.com even said that the biggest drag that you could have to bring your home value down was to be in a bad school district. Back to the topic of moving our children from a successful school district to one that is failing, I believe that, number one, we need to fix the school before we consider adding any more children to that school. The school needs to be brought up to standards before we consider that. The other thing is that the families in Greenwich Hill are already in a school district with a failing middle school that is not accredited. What are you doing to our kids when you are taking them out of a successful school, putting them into a failing school, and then to a failing middle school? This concerns me, and this is what brings me here. I believe that we need to bring those schools up to standard before you consider moving children from a successful school into a school that is not performing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask that no applause, please? Our next speaker is Jamie Buczynski. Jamie?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jamie Buczynski. I'm a resident of the Greenwich Hill development. I'm the parent of a child at Occoquan Elementary School. I don't know how much more I can add to what my neighbors have already spoke of this evening. I would just like to say that it just kind of feels like we've been going through a bad dream here. We've attended the planning committee meetings. We've spoken up. So many of us are here this evening. I would urge you guys to, I know it's a difficult decision. I know a lot has gone into this, but I would urge you guys to consider fairness for the children of the Greenwich Hill development. The Occoquan Elementary is a fantastic school. We do not want to pull our kids out of that school, go to Belmont. Just please consider fairness to them, the families of Greenwich Hill. I would call on you guys to have an amendment to one of the plans or some sort of an addendum to make this happen. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Derek Jones. Derek?
Good evening. Thank you all for having me the third time now. No difference. Just 7 pounds lighter. I can't say anything more than my fellow neighbors and parents have said about Greenwich Hills and wanting us to not be taken away. As stated before, I really don't have a dog in the fight yet because my kid is only going to be entering kindergarten next year, and I really hope it's at Occoquan Elementary. It seems, just hearing this, being at the other meetings, you really have two schools, Henderson and us, that are absolutely not fine with any of the changes yet. I don't have a dog in the fight in Henderson either, but it seems fairly simple to take a pencil and draw their community back in and draw Greenwich back in, and please just let us have our schools back. Like I said, I don't have anything for Henderson. I just feel like they should get it too if we're asking for it. I guess Southbridge now wants their last 5 streets. Why not? That's 5 streets, 12 homes. I implore you, y'all are here for the children. It's not safe. I used to walk to Belmont from Greenwich. All my friends were in Belmont when I lived in Belmont. I moved to Greenwich. I walked there. Simpler times, not as busy, not safe. Maybe it was bad parenting, who knows. So just please take my brevity humor into account, realize we're awesome, and let us have Occoquan Elementary School back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Noelle Lipscomb.
Good evening. I reside in the Cardinal Point subdivision and have a student that currently attends Henderson, and we're being impacted by the 2 proposals recommended by the Boundary Planning Committee. Given that the first several proposals did not result in rezoning our community out of Henderson to Montclair, our family and several other now impacted families did not think the efforts were relevant to us. However, as the waterfall or domino effect that occurred through the process expanded the scope of the committee beyond the Route 1 corridor and down Cardinal Drive, I learned that indeed Henderson and our community would be impacted. So over the past several weeks, I've been giving myself a crash course into this process and trying to understand the facts that led to the current 2 proposals, and combing through the available documents, talking to members of the impacted communities, and asking questions. I realized that there was a lot of information for you all to consume and making this decision on whether or not to accept the proposed boundaries. So at the January 4th meeting, you heard emotional pleas from impacted families, mine included. But now I want to take the opportunity to highlight a few facts to support a request to amend the proposals and keep existing Henderson communities zoned to Henderson. Fact, there is no difference between the 2 proposals with respect to Henderson, leaving us with no option other than to request an amendment directly from their board. And in reviewing Virginia Code 22.1-79, redistricting boundaries impacting less than 15% of the impacted schools population does not require public comment. And given that the 2017 enrollment for Henderson is 641 students, and the amendment we are requesting to keep our community zone to Henderson impacts less than 96 students, I request that you accept this amendment. Fact, the 2017 to 2026 capital improvement plan includes the following elementary schools in the Cardinal geographic area: Bel Air, Dale City, Fitzgerald, Henderson, Minnieville, and Neabsco. You'll note that this list does not include Montclair, and for good reason, given that our communities are less than half a mile from the entrance to Henderson off of Cardinal Drive. In order to keep the boundaries in alignment with the previously approved capital improvement plan, I request that you accept this amendment. Fact, in the 2017 school year, Henderson will open with a 250-seat expansion. Based on the current boundaries, capacity will be at 79.3% as compared to 88.9% under the proposed plans. This number increases to 99% in 2023. However, as the county continues to invest funds into expansion and acquisition, in addition to the likely variability in the projections relative to the actual occurrence, Henderson has capacity to support new students from Fitzgerald as proposed in addition to our community, even when looking out to the latest projected capacity proposals. As such, I request that you accept this amendment and do not shift families out of Henderson until capacity constraints are a more near-term time horizon or actually materialize. So in closing, I just ask that you consider the facts and vote in favor of amending boundary proposals number 4 or 6 and keep existing communities zoned to Henderson at Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Joseph Irvin. And Joseph, if you can take the podium, I'm going to call up the next, I think it's 8 speakers, and that should wrap up the public hearing. So Joseph, you'll be next. Our next speaker is Darlene Irving, Jackson Irvin, Bruce White, Star Demery, Kirsten Hebb, Kristen Jacobson, and then on to the sign-ups at the door, Troy Hopkins and Joshua Smith. If you all could come up to the front, and we will get moving. Mr. Irvin, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chairman, and everyone on the board. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. There's not much more that I can say than all of my neighbors have said already. And you look bored enough already, so I want to get you out of here as soon as possible. But I want to speak to you about Henderson. I'm in a neighborhood that is literally across the street in High Bridge. I don't think anyone has spoken from High Bridge. But if you look at this logically, I'm not going to give you a big sob story about how this is going to ruin my life and all this good stuff, but if you look at it logically, we are literally steps from the school. We are steps. And if you look at that fact, why would you move schools from 2 miles away into Henderson and take one that's literally steps away from the school and put them out? It just makes no sense. There's a lot of neighborhoods affected. We're affected pretty good. I have a son, Jackson Irvin, as you see. He goes to Henderson. He's made plenty of friends as he led everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance. He learned the Pledge of Allegiance at Henderson. That's our family. I taught him how to throw his first baseball on the field at Henderson. That's a little bit of my sob story. But that's our legacy. We can literally walk there in 5 minutes. That's where we've been, where he goes to the playground. All his friends, he's in Cub Scouts and he goes there. So I know I'm boring you and you've heard this all before, but please do me this favor, and all of us this favor. Consider an amendment or whatever you have to do to keep a neighborhood that's literally steps from Henderson in Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Darlene Irvin. Darlene.
Good evening, school board members. I'm a parent of Henderson Elementary and a homeowner of High Bridge Community, and like many of the other families that are here today, we specifically bought our home in our neighborhood about 8 years ago when we were family planning because of the community reputation that Henderson had, backed by the test scores published at the Virginia Department of Education. Our community, High Bridge, has been a part of Henderson for the 26 years out of the 30 years Henderson has been operating. Furthermore, our neighborhood is the closest in proximity to Henderson off of Cardinal Drive. It is literally the distance from this flagpole to that flagpole there, where I can stand and see my first grader and the other students of Henderson get on and off the bus every day. As you are aware, our school has been under construction for well over the past year and a half to expand Henderson. That's slated to open up this fall with an additional 250 seats. With the expansion of 250 seats at Henderson, I question how is it possible that current students who live within steps of their school are going to be forced to be bused to schools that are approximately 2 miles away from their home. Henderson has the capability to keep all of its current students who've contributed to the legacy of the school, making it a school of excellence for a number of years, as well as accommodate new students from neighboring schools to alleviate the Route 1 corridor, which is the objective of this eastern boundary planning. My request is that the board does not approve plans 4 and 6 as currently is, and that you consider the modifications and the amendments that you hear us all advocating, and that you keep my neighborhood, High Bridge, specifically, Cardinal Point and Northgate all at Henderson, because we are a Henderson family. Boundary planning should not be done subjectively. Instead, it should be carried out objectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jackson Irvin.
So this is my son Jackson, and he wanted to tell the board himself why he wants to stay at Henderson. So if we have something for him.
We have a. This is the only reason Mr. Iman attends our meetings. He's in charge of the stool, so it's a very good stool.
My name is Jackson Irvin, and I am a first grader at Henderson Elementary. Each day I love morning meeting because we learn something new from our Wolfpack friends. I love math because we do subtraction and addition, and my teacher, Miss C, makes it really fun. I love recess because we choose what we want to play, and I love playing Jelly Day Hero on the computer. I do not want to leave Henderson because I am a Husky. Huskies are leaders of the pack, and we are champions. My friends will be sad because I will go somewhere else, and I will be sad because I won't see them forever. My Husky friends are my family, and I do not want to leave my family. I love my Husky family. Thank you, Jackson and Irvin.
I will allow the applause for Jackson. That was awesome. And Mr. Irvin, you clearly did teach him to throw a baseball because clearly he's your closer. So I see how you work. Our next speaker is Bruce White. Mr. White.
Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Bruce White, and I am a concerned parent of a second grade student at Occoquan Elementary School. Our neighborhood of Greenwich Hills is potentially going to be removed from this elementary school. And I also served on the border committee this past couple months. And I found this experience very interesting and educational. Even though with all the information and data presented to us, I feel that removing our neighborhood from Occoquan would be detrimental to the continued progress of the students who live in our neighborhood. Occoquan students are sorted into tribes to build community. A practice that was recently cited at the Superintendent Advisory Council for Instruction, Best Practice Conference for Parents as a favorite among attendees. The students also benefit greatly from the amazing after-school STEM program and the commitment of the staff. I respectfully ask this board to reconsider moving our neighborhood to Belmont and keep them in Occoquan. And also like to mention that Occoquan has also been nationally recognized as a Title I school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Star Demery. Star?
Good evening. My name is Star Demery. I'm a hopeful Husky parent in the High Bridge neighborhood, and this is my second time speaking to the board about this issue. Last time I prepared a speech, I lost my place, so I figured I'd just wing it tonight, so hopefully I get my point across. Like everyone else that spoke tonight, I don't think that moving us out of the Henderson school zone is a fair assessment. And honestly, I really feel like I'm being discriminated against economically. The brand new neighborhood built 2.5 miles down the road that has the more expensive homes than my neighborhood does is going to be accommodated by their decision making to go for the house versus the school by being moved to one of the better schools in the district. I bought my house based on the school, not the house. So I didn't buy in the fanciest neighborhood, but I bought in the neighborhood that's less than half a mile across the street from the school that I wanted my children to attend. So to rezone me when I went for school in the first place versus maybe someone who didn't have school on their mind but had the best house on their mind, it just doesn't seem fair. I can't up and move. I'm not able to just make that choice and do that. So if you don't rezone us back into the district that I bought my house specifically to ensure my children could go to school for, then I'm kind of stuck in a bad situation like the rest of us here tonight. So just like them, I would ask that you reconsider and that the amendment is considered in your vote tonight and that you don't vote on either 4 or 6, as again, neither one of them even gave us a shot at what we should rightfully have access to. And I'm sure most of us that live in that neighborhood, that's why we're there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirsten Hebb. Kirsten?
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you all tonight. I'm also in Greenwich Hill. So I guess you're hearing a lot from Greenwich Hill regarding Occoquan, and also Henderson seems to be a big thing where actually just like the speaker before me mentioned, it was a huge factor in our buying our home. I'm a first-time homeowner and actually a first-time mom, first-time public speaker, very nervous, I'm sorry. And one of the things we were looking for when we wanted to start our family was a very strong public school. We were incredibly excited when we saw Occoquan, when we found the home that we love our neighborhood. I hate the thought of even considering leaving it over this. We are on the same side of the street next to Occoquan Elementary School, and it never, upon looking for a home, never would have crossed my mind that I would be here trying to defend a school boundary issue for that school, because it doesn't make any sense. And I feel badly for all of you. And I find it a little bit ironic that none of the proposals even allow for our neighborhood to stay in that school. So we're really asking a lot. I don't know what you can do, if it can be tabled for later for further review, if there's any way it can be voted against tonight. But it's just shocking to me that would be, that is on the table to move us all, especially, and the more I hear about it, the more tragic it seems like, because the school is amazing on paper. But now that I really understand what a cornerstone it is in our neighborhood and in our community, and how excited all the kids are to go there, how excited the parents are to have their children there, it's just amazingly important. And I hope there is some way that we can remain there, especially considering that to change the boundary and to have us go to Belmont, to cross a busy road, to go that couple miles, the logistics of it are, there are safety issues, there are traffic issues, there's all those other things to take into consideration. And I really do feel that the effect that it seems we're going for as far as relieving the overcrowding is so negligible when you take all these other factors into account, that I really do feel that there are better options. And I'm begging you to please reconsider that. We were talking, the last meeting, logic came up, and I really do think that we can come up with a more logical solution that will also help us keep our school tribe, and our families intact and happier, and our students get the education that we want them to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker that signed up ahead of time is Kristen Jacobson. Kristen?
Wow. Good evening, school board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I apologize ahead of time. I may not close as well as you did. You did a fantastic job. I'm here as a parent. My son goes to Occoquan Elementary. We are in the Mumpungo tribe, so we love it there. He's thriving. He's 6 years old and reading Harry Potter, which is, really exciting for me. But when we're looking at the numbers, and I really wanted to thank the Boundaries Committee, because I can only imagine what you all must be feeling as we're all standing up here. And I know it must be really, really difficult, but we're here to kind of add more of a human aspect to all the numbers that's already been crunched and all the colorations, all these maps and everything. And it really sounds like there's just 3 amendments that everyone's really asking for, and it's to keep our communities together, whether it's Swans Creek or Henderson or Greenwich and Occoquan. And that's all I'm imploring, is if we're going to say yes to one of these 2 plans, to please just look at the neighborhoods. Because moving Greenwich out, as someone already mentioned, we're going from a school that is literally a football field away to a school where we're busing our children 1.7 miles away, which, as we all know, we all live in Northern Virginia. 1.7 miles, maybe in Arkansas is not a lot, but here it's like 20 minutes, and that's without accidents. So I just can't imagine my kid who having to be on a bus on Route 1 for God knows how long. And then I work in Fairfax, and I love being part of the Occoquan community, and I leave work early just so I can be part of it. And to be honest, having to go to Belmont without traffic again is an additional 20 minutes further to the east part of the community, and it's just, I want to be there for everything that he does. I want to chaperone. I want to go to the book fairs. I want to be present in active in his school, and I know a lot of our other neighbors want to be as well. There is a petition going, and for some of my neighbors who cannot be here, some of the things that they've said are things like the personnel there are doing an excellent job of teaching and caring for our children. Our kids love the community the school has created, and moving my son and the other children would disrupt the community we've become such a big part of. We live less than a quarter mile from school. My sisters go to Occoquan. They don't want to leave. This is just, again, thank you to the Boundary Committee, but I just want to be here and lend, as with all of our neighbors, just a human aspect to this so that we can just find hopefully a win-win solution to this really tough problem. So please, and by the way, I think we would all just walk our kids to Occoquan if we have to. So we don't need a bus, although we would like one, but I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on to our final two speakers who signed up at the door. We have Troy Hopkins. Troy? Mr. Iman? How'd you not see that coming?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Did it the wrong way even. There we go.
Hello, I am Troy Hopkins. Me and my brother go to Henderson Elementary School. We do not want to be split from our friends because this is our pack. Thank you.
I'd like everyone to note that he took up 15 seconds. Take that for what it's worth. Yeah. And our last speaker for the public hearing is Joshua Smith. Joshua? 15 seconds, Joshua.
Okay. Seriously. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board, for your time tonight. I wish we could have flipped that around and made Troy the ringer for the night, because he really did good right there. And the economy of words. Great job, Troy. Awesome. So I did get an opportunity to speak 2 weeks ago, and I just wanted to reiterate a few points and bring up a few other things, just some thoughts. We've heard from all kinds of folks from the Occoquan community, from Southbridge, and from my community that is affected by the Henderson boundaries. Just to bring up a few points, specifically talking about our boundary in Henderson and these other schools, and you can see all these people who have come that they're animated, they want the best for their kids, as you would as well. They've come to speak about it and be involved in this process. And that shows you why these schools are such good schools. And that is the point. I mean, it takes a lot to have a good school in any community, and I know that all of you members of the board understand that. It takes a dedicated principal that is willing to manage that school. It takes teachers that truly care about the students. And one of the big elements in having a great school, and I think you all know this, is parents that come out and participate. These parents that have come here tonight to talk, these students that have come here tonight, they care about their community. They care about those relationships, and they want to keep those relationships. And so I'm asking you that you look at these boundary changes and utilize that line item veto, if you will, to make some adjustments. And we're not talking about major adjustments. Understand it's a difficult task. The problem at hand is obvious. There's some overcrowded schools over east of Highway 1, and we need solutions for that, real solutions. This is probably not the long-term solution. I think we all know that. We need some more schools over there. We need more capacity. But we can also do the thing that is right for the communities. We can save some of those relationships, spare some of those kids the trauma of having to start over in a new school. In my case, same as many of these stories here, we bought a house for that school specifically. We're a military family, finally got some stability with our kid, and now he's got to move again. and go to another school. It's just not fair. Please consider some of these things that have been brought up by these parents that have made schools great in our community, and go forth with great knowledge and do us well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. There being no other citizens who have signed up to speak on this matter, I declare the public hearing closed. Okay, we are on item 1301. Let's get caught up here. Okay. 1301, approval of the public meeting agenda. A motion is in order.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Williams.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting agenda as recommended.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Ralston.
I second.
Thank you. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion, please signify yes by raising your right hand. Those opposed? Thank you. I don't think I missed anybody. Those abstaining? Okay. Make sure I got it right. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I get it right. Otherwise, it's a thing to fix.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, Deutsch, 1 absent, Satterwhite. Motion passed.
Thank you. We're moving on to the adoption of the consent agenda. Before we do that, Ms. Urban, I would like you to pull, as any board member can pull an individual item from the consent agenda. Ms. Urban, I'd like you to pull item 14.07, the approval of the school board meeting minutes for January 4th, 2017, please. If you could pull those from the agenda. Thank you. You can move them to board members, and as we have in the past, we'll handle it immediately after the consent agenda. There'll be a brief pause as she works with the computer system to pull this off. All right, so we are back to the adoption of the closed session. Let me make sure I got it. I'm sorry, I said closed session, I apologize. Adoption of the consent agenda, item 14.01. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Williams.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting consent agenda as recommended.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ralston.
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion on the consent agenda.
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Williams.
I would just like to bring special appreciation, to Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. I'm always reminded, sitting in this seat, that the former board member before me is now currently a crossing guard for Prince William County Schools, and they do make sure that our students get back and forth to school every day safely, and I appreciate them for all the work that they do, considering I was a walker when I was in elementary school. So I just wanted to say thank you to them.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Anyone else? Okay. Those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please signify yes by raising your right hand. Thank you.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 absent, Satterwhite. Motion passed.
Thank you. And we will jump ahead like we do when we pull items from the consent agenda. We'll handle that immediately. So we'll move on to just briefly to close up the consent agenda item that was pulled. We're on to item 19.03, which the clerk just moved down, which is approval of the school board meeting minutes for January 4th, 2017. I will make a motion That the Prince William County School Board adopt the minutes from the January 4th, 2017 meeting and strike the improper special meeting and associated votes from the record in order to receive proper public input during the normal budget process. Do we have a second?
I second.
Sorry. No.
No, Mr. Chairman.
My fault. I was looking for my own name on the drop-down menu. Ms. Williams?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, discussion. I'll be brief. It's well known that I thought that the meeting, and made this very clear before the meeting and during the meeting as well, that the meeting was not called properly. Therefore, it also allowed proper public debate to not be held. Certainly, also at the same time, it doesn't allow for the Gainesville member to, and certainly I wasn't in the room when it first started, but it doesn't allow the Gainesville member to petulantly grab the gavel in the presence of the vice chairman and gavel in a meeting. They certainly don't have the right to do that. The board did vote to take a board poll, which also said that the meeting wasn't going to happen, so the board would act on that, and so would the public. There was a bit of confusion with some legal advice from the dais that may or may not have been proper at the time, and certainly added to the confusion of all of this. So with that, I think that we have a chance now that the Board of County Supervisors has allocated the money. We have a chance to do this the proper way. We may end up back in the same position that we are now, but at least it's done properly, and we can have proper public input and proper public debate about an allocation of funds that the school board has now received from the Board of County Supervisors. Anyone else? Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We held the vote. The chairman even chaired that meeting in the end. Striking the minutes wouldn't even invalidate a properly held vote. So we should stop trying to relitigate this and actually move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Anyone else? Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So the idea here is, so I think everyone in the public knows we were asked to be investigated on. And a lot of this stuff will probably come out if there was such an investigation. So going back to the board poll, my first question, going to that and trying to understand that. So obviously I believe in the validity of polls. I actually know someone who's getting sued because of a board poll. And so I do believe that. I mean, I guess there's a lot of weird things that happened. I mean, obviously at 5:30, a letter came affirming, and in my belief, that the money was going to come, and obviously the board poll happened. I mean, for the audience, this is just as confusing as this seems up here, and the timeline that happened with this process. So with the board poll, I guess, and so then when the legal advice was asked, which I believe in the past, when the council was asked in front of everyone, there have been times, I believe, and I'm not asking to answer a question right now, but where she's said that she can't offer legal advice in the public. So when this happened, it got even more confusing because I believe, like the line, and I'm not, again, quoting Ms. McGowan, it's something along the extent that this, delegating and directing money is not in their purview, or I don't know if it was different words, but then also the same thing got even more confusing because then she said it wasn't illegal for us to accept it. So, I mean, I think long-term as a board, what we saw unfold on 2 weeks ago is a problem with the process. I think we have to get that ironed out and worked on for the next 3 years. As a result of the confusion, as you see, there are regulations, there's policies, there's rules, there's procedures for all this. So I don't know, I guess I'm kind of confused on this right now.
Ms. Williams?
Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to ask also for clarification, maybe if you can repeat your statement again. It's my understanding that this is a procedural issue and has nothing to do with accepting or rejecting funds, but how the board is going to handle it according to the budget. And I just wanted to try to condense it and make it as clear as possible for the public to understand that this is not about the acceptance or reduction or any of that of the money, but exactly how we are going to handle it in our budget and the budget process where it should have been done and not as a separate item, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term. Am I correct in my understanding?
Yes, that's right, and I'll touch a little bit on what she's asking for clarification. So I'll kind of combine your points of clarification, and if I missed one from either one of you, then we can go from there. the basically saying that yes, the money has been allocated to the school board, and if you take out the situation as it existed over the last few weeks, had that money been appropriated to the school board, we would then handle that money through the normal budget process, or if it was an addendum to the budget, the superintendent and his staff would bring us that addendum and say, here's how they plan on spending it, and so the money would be allocated to us ahead of time. That process was circumvented, and ultimately, like I said in my original debate comments, we may end up back in the same spot after proper public hearing and debate and conversation and those types of things. But we've got to make sure we get the process right, not necessarily the end game, in order to make sure that it's done properly. And so we can basically factor in all of the decisions now that the money has been allocated to the school board. Basically, I'm saying that we should be doing it the way it should have been done to begin with, and in accordance with law and the Virginia Constitution. Does that help? Ms. Williams, you still have the floor. I was answering your question.
Thank you, yes.
Anyone else? Mr. Wilk, are you, I'm sorry, Mr. Deutsch, I'll come back to you. I just want to make sure Mr. Wilk is, okay. Mr. Deutsch.
All right, it is rich for this chairman to talk about the proper following of process. This is a chairman who repeatedly refused to add items to the board agenda, repeatedly ignored legal counsel, didn't even consult with legal counsel, and now when we hit a point where he lost a vote he doesn't want, he is asking the school division to be investigated by the Department of Justice. So for him to talk about process, as he's trying to, at this point, undo a process that happened while the Gainesville member isn't even here, through a backhanded move that's very questionable in its legality, is really over the top, and the shenanigans really need to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Anyone else? All right. With that, I'm sorry, Mr. Brand.
Since this high school is going to be in the Brentsville district, I do feel obligated to speak. First of all, I'm a little bit speechless because sometimes I expect the best out of people, and I kind of expect that people at certain points will learn how to move on and be a better person. I think we're seeing a perfect example where we have someone that kind of clings to the same old grudges and can't move on. I think that's disappointing, and if you're looking for leadership in this county, whether it's from the school board or the board of supervisors, please don't look in this direction, because we're not doing the right thing when it comes to showing a good example.
Please, we need to let the board member speak. Agree or disagree, we need to let the board member speak. Thank you.
A couple weeks ago, actually it was last week, we had a very excellent meeting with our board of supervisors. They made an incredible decision earlier in the day to provide some funds to us as a school system sooner instead of later. We had a great meeting. We worked well together. We talked about communication. We talked about collaboration. Yet tonight, we see an example, unfortunately, where any sort of team building that we can kind of do to kind of move forward with them, there's definitely a it's kind of hard to find words with these actions. We did the right thing a couple weeks ago when we had our special meeting. We did the right thing for the students of Eastern Prince William County. We did the right thing for the students of Western Prince William County. We did the right thing for all students in Prince William County. I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit tired of the drama. I think we need to move on. This is a very poor example of leadership, and I hope you will not stand for it.
Thank you, Mr. Brand. Ms. Williams. I'm sorry, Ms. Ralston, do you want to go first? I apologize. Ms. Ralston.
There's very little left to say to this, but what I'm hoping you will do is what needs to be done. You come out here in the evenings, you talk to us, you tell us what you like and what you dislike. Well, my neighborhood and my district doesn't always come, so I met them at the grocery store. And Giants is a great place to meet up with people. So I ask just absolute strangers, would you take $10 million if somebody gave it to you? This little old lady looked at me and said, honey, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm fine. I said, but would you take the money? She said, of course. It is not a bad thing. And I don't know how we're going to spend it. The budget department hasn't said yet. We haven't done a thing about it yet. I just have a tough time trying to understand and get a grip on why people would turn down money because they love children so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really wasn't going to say anything else, but I often, I guess I could say I've been sitting on this board long enough that I've had plenty of moments where I know that I'm speaking English, but I guess it doesn't come out the same way when the words are actually spoken. Because my understanding, this is not a motion about whether or not we take money or whether or not we like money, or it has zero to do with that. It also is not proper, in my opinion, to sit up here on the dais and attack one another when we are trying to do the business of the school system. Whether or not you like what your fellow board member may or may not do, you should really reserve that for your board matters time, because that's where it's an appropriate time to speak up against that. This is not the time when we're trying to conduct business. To me, it makes no difference whether I like what the chairman is doing or Mr. Braun is doing to my left or my right. It's about the business and what we're doing. And I would encourage my board members to make sure that you understand what it is that you're getting ready to vote on, the motion, and not use your time to pick on each other, because that's not what we're here for. And you're absolutely right, Mr. Braun. That is completely irresponsible and not good leadership to pick on board members when we're supposed to be talking about a motion of procedure, not a motion of accepting or rejecting funds, number one. Number two, what other people don't understand is it's not a simple matter of just, since we're going down this road, let me go there. This is not a blank check for $10.6 million. No matter what my Republican or my other counterparts would like us to believe, because this is what it's coming down to all the time, is a party issue, which is completely irresponsible, because that's not what we're here for either. This is a money issue. $10.6 million for one side of a county versus 500 and some odd seats is what the discussion was for the Board of Supervisors. Number one. Number two, it was already held a vote 3 prior occasions on this high school, and nobody had any issue with it until the last dead minute, 12 o'clock midnight. Number three, this board adopted a code of ethics, which is right in front of us, and the very first one deals with this. So it's not about going back on word. It's about doing what we're supposed to be doing, acting like responsible adults, and making sure the public knows the entire story. It's not just about a resolution that came at the last minute. It's not about an email that comes at 5-something from a board of county supervisors that says it might be okay. This is a big deal. These are children's lives. $10.6 million for a half of a county versus 500 some odd seats versus on top of that layer, you're talking about code, Virginia State Code, who has authority to do what, whether or not this money is coming in or out of a budget cycle season, where it's going to be appropriated from the Board of Supervisors to us, how we are going to use it. It's a much bigger issue than should have been decided at an 11 o'clock hour. And clearly, from listening to our audience, we still don't, even the public doesn't understand the level and depth to this money and this issue. It's not a simple matter of sitting up here and calling names. These are children's lives. So as I've said time and time again, and I will continue to say, this is a matter that should be done and taken extremely seriously, not at the 11 o'clock hour, and we should be responsible and act like leaders and not be up here picking on each other, but thinking about the children and how this really affects them, because it's not just about us sitting up here on the board. So if I could, with my fellow board members, get back to our actual motion, which deals with procedure and not funding, budget appropriations, or anything else of that nature, I would like for us to be able to conduct some business without name calling or disparaging each other, just for one meeting. Thank you.
Again, keep the applause down. I do ask the board members, if you turn off your mics and ask for it, because it does ultimately get cut off if too many mics are on at one time. So just the board member who's going to speak. Miss Jessie hasn't gone one round yet, so then we'll go her and then Mr. Welk.
Well, I had a slide that I wanted to show, really to talk about overcrowding, and I had it under board matters. It was not under this discussion here. But I am going to ask if the gentleman in the room to put up the one slide. I want to tell you what it's really all about. And since it's not going to be a discussion about money necessarily, but I want to look at slide 2. Okay. Thank you. This is what it's really all about. I lost my vote. I am fairly a bright person. And I don't want this audience to walk away thinking that me or Ms. Williams thought it was fair or equitable what was done. Now, apparently we're going to talk about procedure, and everyone is saying, I know Ms. Rawson is saying, would you take $10 million? This is what it's all about. If you will look at this slide, the reason we're here tonight talking about boundaries on the eastern end is because we are the people who have suffered. We are the people who are overcrowded. And it didn't just start. So, if you'll see, in 2005, elementary schools, and I'm concerned about elementary schools because I don't like elementary kids in trailers, and they've been in trailers for years. If you will notice, in 2005, there were 123 trailers on the eastern end. And by the time we reached 2016, there are 118 trailers on the eastern end. In 2005, there were 62 trailers on the western end elementary schools. By 2016, they only have 10. So yes, I was very upset when you say to me, I will give you $10.5 or $6 million to take care of all of these overcrowding that's been taking place for 10 years on the east. And if you will give me $10 million to enhance a high school at a cost of $160 million. $10.5 million will not take care of the 10 years that our kids on the east have been in trailers. The reason you have all these boundary situations, because there's just overcrowding everywhere on our end. Those kids on the west, and I know you say don't make it an east-west, but it is an east-west. It's our turn on the east. You give me $10 million for all of my schools on the east, but you take $10 million to enhance a high school, one high school on the west. There's something not equitable about that. Last night, I spent some time with Lake Ridge because I was very happy to get I've been fighting about these trailers, the second graders out in trailers. I'm a principal. I don't trust any second grader to come in during a tornado drill. But we've had to deal with this. And the people in Lake Ridge in the Occoquan district, I was very concerned about Woodbridge because she has bathrooms outside. In the Woodbridge district, that's a problem. But last night, it became clear to me that we have added all these rooms, and Lake Ridge has been redesigned or had additions 3 times in a row. Now we're going to have another 400 or 500 kids. And the other side of the county has 23 undercrowded schools. They're not going to have to sit in here and talk about a boundary hearing. You know why? They've got space. So, Ms. Rawson, I agree you shouldn't give up $10 million. But I believe that it's time for the eastern end of this county to have its turn. We should not have to be in this room begging not to walk our kids to school or not to have their grandparents because we don't have space. And I do hold the Board of Supervisors responsible. They gave us money only if they got money. So it's about procedure. It's not about the money. If it were about the money, I'm telling you right now, I would vote for the babies, to get all of these babies out of 118 trailers on the eastern end of this county. So don't tell me it's like you don't want to take money. I want more money. I want more money. I want schools on the east where the principals don't have to. I've been a principal, and I didn't even have a cafeteria on the east. I had food coming from across the street. So for 10 years, we have just not moved. And that's why we have you here tonight. I wanted to say that, and with that, I'm going to close. But the procedural element and whatever's going on, where you want to call this man, whatever you want to call him, he knows I don't always agree with him. I'm his vice. Yeah, you're right. No, because I vote for kids. I don't vote for politics. I vote for kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Again, I ask you to hold off on the applause, please. What just happened with the screen? Okay. Mr. Wilk, and then, Mr. Wilk.
Yeah, going back to procedure, I'll make this quick because I know there's a lot of families waiting for the boundary votes and stuff like that in this room right now. Procedurally, I think it was a mess, absolutely a mess. But if that's what we're talking about, procedure, and I think we need to lay a precedent for the future. As to the decision about the 13th high school, I stand by that vote twice. I believe that was the best decision, but that's not what's going to be argued tonight. But procedurally, being that unprecedentedly, very likely being investigated by the DOJ, this stuff's going to come out. Legally, I want to make sure the board is protected. So looking at the procedures of how it was done, that's my concern on this.
Thank you. All right, we need to, everyone's gone, I think, once or twice. Who hasn't gone twice through? Mr. Brandon, Mr. Deutsch has already gone twice. Okay, and then we'll call the vote after that. Mr. Deutsch.
Just really quick. This vote, one way or the other, can't invalidate the vote we did before. This is simply on the minutes. And the special meeting happens, there should be minutes to reflect what happened. To not have minutes for a meeting that we held would actually go against any sort of transparency and whatnot. We're just reflecting that the meeting happened.
With that, I'll call the vote. I'm going to go through this one by one. Mr. Wilk, how do you vote? That the Prince William County, let me read it. That the Prince William County School Board adopt the minutes from the January 4th, 2017 meeting and strike the improper special meeting and associated votes from the record in order to receive proper public input during the normal budget process. How do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Deutsch?
Chairman, point of order.
We're calling the vote.
No, why are we having a roll call vote when we normally do a vote by hand?
Because it's different, and I have to, because I figure it's not going to be unanimous or close to unanimous, so it's easier for me to do this this way.
Sure, but we never use a roll call vote for...
It's the chairman's prerogative on how he calls the vote. Mr. Deutsch, how do you vote?
How is this...
Mr. Deutsch, how do you vote?
Point of order, how is this the chairman's prerogative for how we do a vote?
Because I can call the vote however I choose to call the vote.
Where do you get that authority?
Mr. Deutsch, because by being elected chairman. Mr. Deutsch, how do you call the vote?
Well,
Or how do you vote? Losing my own words. Mr. Deutsch, how do you vote?
I vote no, but to having a roll call vote is out of order.
Miss Jessie, how do you vote? I vote... Your microphone?
Read the question to me again.
That the Prince William County School Board adopt the minutes from the January 4th, 2017 meeting and strike the improper special meeting and associated votes from the record in order to receive proper public input during the normal budget process.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Brand, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
I'd like to get a question answered.
Ms. Ralston, the vote has been called to debate.
I can't vote if I'm not sure of what it is.
Then you can abstain, Ms.
Our
Ralston.
legal counsel needs to explain this to us.
The vote has been called, Ms. Ralston. You have to vote.
Mr. Chairman, you can't keep overriding a member.
I'm not overriding a member. We're following procedure. The vote has been called.
There's nothing
Debate has been.
procedural about this.
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recognized. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
You can't deny somebody access to legal counsel.
I'm not denying anyone access to legal counsel. Legal counsel does not give legal opinion from the dais. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Let's see, where is it in the rules so I can read them? How do you recall something that we did already?
Ms. Urban?
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 not present vote. Motion passed.
Thank you. We are moving on to citizens' comment time. All right, we'll try to get to as many as we can. I know policy allows for 30 minutes. We'll try to get there. Again, if everyone sticks at 15 seconds, then that'll certainly help. But we're moving on to citizens' time. It looks like we have 35 people signed up at the door, 35 people signed up ahead of time, and 15 people signed up at the door. Everyone that signed up in advance will have a chance to speak. Like I said, we'll try to get as many in within the 30-minute window as we possibly can. The same rules currently apply as they applied to the public hearing. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. You'll have, at the 30-second mark, the thing will turn yellow. Excuse me, from the dais, please. I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble here. You have 30 seconds. At 30 seconds, it's time to wrap it up, and at 0 seconds, it'll turn red, and it's time to step aside. I'm going to call the first 10 speakers up. The first speakers are joint speakers, and as always, proper decorum at all times. The first speakers are joint speakers from Grand Park Middle School, which is Jessica Acer and Saul Gauna Lira. Our second is Leo D'Angelo, BJ Brown, Natalie Sposato, Michelle Carter, Robin Gahan, Barbara Larimore, David Larimore, Caleb and Mary O'Cray, and Kristen Dangum. Sorry if I said it incorrectly. Those are our first 10 speakers, and we'll see how much time we have for that. The time is now 9:15, according to the clock in front of me, and we'll try to get as many speakers in as we can. So our first joint speakers are Jessica Acer and Saul Gauna Lira.
Hi, my name is Saul Lira.
And I'm Jessica Sari.
We are both from Grand Park Middle School. We're from Winning Companies, and we're here to talk about the business program.
At the beginning of this business simulation, our teacher formed us into groups, and these groups soon became our business companies. We filled out job applications and incorporated our company's name with the state. Then we had to make...
I'm sorry, if you could just... I'll stop your time. If you could speak into the microphone, please. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Then we made a pitch for the venture capitalists who were played by the administrators at our school. We used the money that the venture capitalists invested in us to pay for the financial needs during the design, manufacture, marketing, and sales phase. We paid for the materials we used in the classrooms, salaries, and rent. If we needed more money, we had to pay for expenses. Then we had to take out loans, which we had to pay interest on. At the end of the sales phase, we paid off all our debts and calculated our profit or loss, and prepared income statements, balance sheets. Companies with the highest profit in each class won.
We also made digital commercials to advertise our products to all the 7th grade students. I, as a student, really enjoyed filming each other and seeing ourselves in the commercials. This stage was really fun and encouraging because other students knew what we were doing and were really excited about it. It is a really nice feeling. Along with the digital program, we made posters, and on that poster we had a logo, slogan, and company name. We did this so we can catch the customer's attention. The company sold their products during 2 7th grade lunch periods. All of the 7th grade had BizBucks and were able to purchase items. We really liked that this program was a simulation and a competition. Winning companies got a special plaque and some prizes.
This program helped us interact with other people and learn each other's skills. We had some difficulties along the way, which made this program more realistic. The business skills that we learned will help us benefit in the real world. It might also help us get part-time jobs in high school or create a business in the future. Thank you for allowing us to speak about this incredible program, and we had some of our products for you.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Oh, beautiful. Thank you very much. Do you want to hand one to each board member? We can choose what color? I'm going to choose one that's closest to the Pittsburgh Pirates colors, if that's okay. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. It always helps to bring gifts. Our next speaker is Leo D'Angelo. Leo? Mr. Iman. That stool, its cost per use is rapidly decreasing. Mr. Iman, I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. Mr. D'Angelo.
Hello, my name is Leo D'Angelo and I'm in 3rd grade at Old Bridge Elementary School. I'm also on the student council organization for my class. I think that kids should have more energy during the day, activity during the day. The bad thing is we only get 15 minutes of recess, and by the time we line up, we already lost like 10 minutes. It is also bad because it is hard to concentrate on tests, and that is hard. Sometimes I talk during class because I don't get enough energy out. And also, when I get home from school, I don't want to do my homework because I have been sitting around all day and need to run around. I think it is bad for kids to only have 15 minutes of recess because we need to see our friends and get energy up. It is unhealthy for kids to sit around all day, and that's why I think it should have more recess. Thank you, school board, for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'll give a little freedom on the cheering for children, and that's about it. Our next speaker is BJ Brown. BJ?
Good evening. My name is BJ Brown, and I've literally just come from the General Assembly for 3 days, speaking to dozens and dozens of delegates and senators on a very serious topic. Out of the mouths of babes. We now have 1 in 3 boys in areas of Virginia who've been labeled with ADHD. These drugs and that label disqualifies them for the military. These drugs have very serious side effects. Due to the side effects of the ADHD drugs, those children are at a high likelihood of being misdiagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar. These labels and ADHD are misdiagnosis. And this is right out from the founder of ADHD. He has stated these are massive misdiagnoses. They do not meet true prevalence ADHD. We have put millions and millions of children on antipsychotics. Our jails are now filled 1/3 with individuals who have grown up after having taken these drugs, and they are there due to crimes of survival. They have stolen food and clothing. The drugs cause brain atrophy. They shrink the brain of the individuals taking it. They're in these jails because they become incompetent and incapable of caring for themselves. Why am I here tonight? Due to No Child Left Behind, we took out recess, PE, and breaks for children. They now have longer schedules than adults. We have pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies who are making billions of dollars off of the drugs that they're pushing. They did a massive marketing scheme of getting into colleges, doctors' offices, and making everyone think they were safe drugs. Well, they are not. And the Department of Justice has done the 2 largest lawsuits in the history of this country in healthcare fraud against doctors who took millions of dollars to be key opinion leaders and to come out and have tainted research saying that these children had ADHD when they do not. This is not to say that there are no cases of that. There are very few.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Natalie, again with the applause. I'm going to ask that the applause not happen or booing or anything of those natures. Our next speaker is Natalie Sposato. Natalie?
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Natalie Sposato, and my address is on file. I am here with Barbara Larimore and part of this pep rally today and the group of parents that want to see and change affected in our county around movement in our schools. We want to see longer recess and more PE. My background in this today is from a mental health perspective of working with youth and families for the last 20 years. If you would, I'd like to do a 30-second guided visualization. Members of the board and audience, please close your eyes and think of yourself in the 5th grade. What was your day like? What did you do? Where were your best memories? Where did they occur? Where did you learn some of your most fundamental life and social skills? Where were you the happiest? And what were you doing in those moments? You may open your eyes. When I was in the 5th grade, our country was being run by Ronald Reagan. We were dancing to Prince and Tina Turner, and we had PE every day. Today, what do we have? Depression rates of 8th graders of more than 20%, suicidal ideation higher than 11% across the nation. The CDC reports 11% of children ages 4 to 17 are diagnosed with ADHD. I won't get into that now, thank you. My inherent philosophy, if you don't remember anything else, is that motion changes emotion. Physical activity helps us to rewire our brains, neurons get fired, and physiology changes. Exercise and physical movement is proven to positively impact mood, release endorphins necessary to make decisions, increase executive functioning, and can help alleviate long-term depression. Motion changes emotion. Physical regulation is another aspect that we want to look at. Children get 20 minutes of recess, and that only leaves them hyper, unable to concentrate in the classroom. What happens when a child can't regulate in the classroom? They get medicated. There's countless studies, a lot of research. Social emotional development, children on the play yard at recess, they learn about demonstrating empathy. They understand social cues. They can learn to problem solve. It's a problem our workforce is seeing now. Members of the board, we are not asking you to do the impossible. We are asking you to get back to our roots. Remember those memories that you had and created in the 5th grade? We want to do the same for our children, our community, our future deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you. Quiet standing is accepted. Our next speaker is Michelle Carter. Michelle?
Good evening. My name is Michelle Carter. I am a senior program manager for physical education at Shape America, which is a national professional association for health and PE teachers. So I'm here today on a professional level, but as well as a personal level. I am a proud Prince William County graduate. I went to Garfield, Go Indians, School of Champions. I also have a 1-year-old at home that will one day, God willing, be attending Prince William County Public Schools. So I'm here for a number of reasons. I'm here to advocate for recess and physical education. It's a national recommendation that K through 12 students, all students, high school and middle school, elementary, receive 20 minutes of daily physical activity in addition to physical education. I know as a former educator myself that the time that a student is in school. There's a lot to fill in within that day, but there's a lot of research that shows that squeezing in more physical activity will have so many benefits to children, especially as was mentioned before, social and emotional learning. There's social and skills development that you learn with being physically active in recess, in physical education class, sharing, negotiation, compromise, as well as improvement of concentration and off-task behaviors. I know that currently Prince William County has about 15 minutes of recess in the elementary school, so I'm asking for 5 minutes more. I think it could be worth it. You could see it on many different levels, test scores, behavior. It would be worth the 5 minutes. I'm not sure about the secondary level, middle school and high school, but I'm sure that there would be improvement there as well. As well as I'm asking for more recess as well as physical education. Those two go hand in hand in creating an active school environment, which is very important and just pushed on a national level. Recess is a time for students to decompress from the pressures of the school day. It's also a time for students to extend their learning in physical education. Physical education teaches students how to be active, ways that they can be active. Recess is a time for extension for physical education as well as those social behaviors. With childhood obesity and school testing scores, academic success, recess is an important part of the school day. I also have packets of information on the effects of physical activity on the brain and test scores, if I could present them to the board, as well as information on recess policy, and if you're interested, guidance on recess policy as well, and strategies in recess that could be used. These are all free at the Shape America website.
Thank you. Do you have information with you now?
I do.
Okay, you can hand it to the clerk and she'll disseminate it. Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Gahan. Robin?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Robin Gann, and I am the Senior Director of Government Relations for the American Heart Association. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. With the troubling trend of inactivity that we're seeing and the health issues that are facing our children, increasing time spent in PE is an important way to improve the health and wellness of every child, regardless of their zip code. Only 26% of children in Virginia, ages 6 to 17, participate in vigorous physical activity daily. Yet research shows that PE improves attendance, test scores, motivation to learn, and reduces discipline referrals. It reduces anxiety and depression. And I know that adding more time for physical education isn't easy, but it is not impossible either. School divisions in other parts of Virginia, as well as across the U.S., are meeting these recommended levels of physical activity, and in particular are emphasizing the importance of physical activity through qualified physical education programs. As efforts at the national as well as at the state level at the Virginia General Assembly continue to reduce the number and the burden of standardized tests on our students, you can make time to exercise their minds by including PE. Lastly, parents want PE as part of their children's daily education, and more than half parents believe their children aren't getting enough, and that's very evident tonight. So I encourage you to make Prince William County Schools a leader for children's health and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Larimore. Barbara?
I was going to try a cartwheel, but I guess I decided against it. It's probably for the best. Hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Larimore, and I am here today to support more PE and recess in our schools. I think it's so important, and those professionals from Shape America, from the American Heart Association, social workers, they're here from the American Heart, from all pediatrics, where my kids go, are all here to say the same thing and agree with me. First of all, I want to thank the people who came here today. They think it's important to them, and they put their money where their mouth was, showed up here in the middle of winter on a Wednesday, so thank you guys so much. Okay, here it is. Don't embarrass me, guys. We practiced this. What do we want? Recess. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? PE. When do we want it? Now. Good job, ladies. Okay. I also want to thank my son's teacher who created a GoFundMe page to get her entire classroom outfitted with flexible seating, which my second grader now enjoys and is really turning the corner on thriving and not just surviving. It's been a great journey to try to get people on board with this, and it turns out it wasn't that hard. I'm already riding the tide of what's happening in the state of Virginia. What's happening across America is that parents and children really need this and want to see this change happen. I look to you today to find out what best practices are. There can't be 25 different ways to do the best thing. The definition of the best is the most excellent, I thought that was funny, effective and desirable type or quality. I look to you to establish a committee to find out what best practices look like in Prince William County, and I have a feeling you'll already find it if you look and get a committee and petition Dr. Waltz to do that for us. I appeal to your sense of adventure. It'll be fun. This is for the kids. It's all for the kids. I know you guys are here for the kids. I know you don't make enough money to be here any other reason. So I know that you truly care. To your legacy, I please reach across party lines, reach across to each other. In this way, I think you all can succeed, and nobody loses. Nobody loses, and we are all going to win. To better their lives physically, socially, and emotionally, we must give them back the time to be children. To play is to learn, and to learn is to grow. Give them back their childhoods, and I promise you all of us will win. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I got some time. Hold on. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. I'm going to do that No, I'm not going to do the cartwheel. Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Larimore. David?
I feel ridiculous. That's okay. I hope you don't mind. I have an assistant here. Take me a second to set up. All right. So we're gonna play. Here you go, Henry. You can have this one. We're gonna play a little game here. Get a little math, I guess. So the National Academy of Pediatrics, go ahead, Dean, recommends 60 minutes of aerobic activity every day. That can be games such as tag, jump rope, running, dancing, swinging on playground equipment. Just put it down. There you go. Now, Prince William County Board of Education defines a school day as being 400 minutes long. So, to show you how many 400 is, I've gotten 400 marbles. There we go. That's 400 minutes. Now, including the busing back and forth, that accounts for 50% of our children's awake hours. 50% of their day are spent at school. Now, let's look at what our children actually receive when it comes to physical activity. On most days, students only receive 15 minutes. Oh, just right. Oh, sorry. This is it. So of the 400 minutes they spend at school, this is all they get for physical activity. Now, for those of you who don't want to do the math, that is less than 4% of their school day. That also means for every 22 minutes of instructional time, they get 1 minute of actual physical activity, which, by the numbers, is 50% of what is recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here today to get us to that 30 minutes so our children can thrive. 15 minutes to enact change. That's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I have it as a joint speaker, is Caleb and Mary O'Cray.
Good evening. I'm here speaking on my behalf, but also on behalf of my wife, who's not able to join me this evening. I guess I'm the first person to be speaking about the task force according to agenda item 19.02. I'm a parent of 6 children and a taxpayer and a homeowner, and I live in the Coles district. Really, my comment is more procedural than anything else. This task force, it says, was being formed for the purpose of soliciting further community input relative to issues and concerns arising out of the proposed revision to policy 060, which was last debated, if I remember correctly, at a September school board meeting. I thought that's what the public comment section was for of these meetings. And so I don't understand why we need further task forces to solicit feedback from the community. Because truly, I mean, the last meeting that I was at was, I think, close to 7 hours long. There seemed to be quite a bit of community interaction, quite a bit of feedback. Perhaps the feedback wasn't everything that the board wanted to hear, but there was 7 hours of feedback. Having worked around the world with different governments, I see that there's a very dangerous trend when you try to separate accountability from representation. It's very easy to set up committees in such a way that the committee can take the blowback. They can do all the research. With all due respect to the committee members in this task force, they can do all the research, make a recommendation, and then the board simply says, oh, well, this is what the committee said, this is what the task force said, and then they adopt it wholesale without actually being accountable and being held responsible for the decision-making powers. And so I would ask all of you, again, from a procedural stance, not to use this task force to engage the community, but rather to let the community come to you in these board meetings so that we can hold you accountable, so that we can tell you how we feel about these very important issues, because we don't want this to be outsourced. If you don't want to hear us, then we can find other people to do this job. But we want to be heard. We don't want it to be going to some other task force.
The gentleman has, please.
So I thank you for this opportunity to speak. Again, this is an important issue. This isn't something that we want to have shelved or dealt with by any other task force. And if indeed there is a task force being set up, as it seems like it has been set up and there's going to be a report to you this evening, then I would ask that you stick very closely to the mission of the task force, which is to solicit feedback from the community and not to go off about, well, how would implementation be? What does this look like? That's not the point of the task force. It was to solicit feedback. And so stick to the mission of the task force if it indeed needs to exist. And I would ask all those in the community who are in favor of what I've spoken about this evening to please arise.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And our final speaker will probably be right on the button here. Our final speaker is Christine I'm sorry. I had it right. Christine? And how do I pronounce that, Christine? I'm sorry.
Denagam.
Denagam, thank you. Christine, you have the floor.
Yeah. My point is further to Mr. O'Crea's. I concur with everything that he said. And I just want to present to the board some questions this evening. These are questions that members of this community deserve to have answered. Last September, we overwhelmingly asked you to reject or at least postpone a proposed change to policy 060. We were grateful that the board attended to this outpouring of concern and voted to postpone the decision until more clarity could be provided by the courts. But weeks later, you voted to create a steering committee commissioned with forming a task force whose stated purpose was to seek community input. Last week's public steering committee raised serious questions as to the true purpose of this committee and the task force that it has created. My questions are these. Where are the promised mechanisms for community input? What opportunities are being afforded to voice concerns to this task force about the safety of their daughters and their special needs students? The public, whose input you profess to desire, was allowed to attend the steering committee meetings, but not to speak. Will the public be permitted to speak at task force meetings? Will we even be permitted to attend? Why is the task force being structured as if it is presumed that they will be implementing policy changes, the substance of which will not even be voted on until this summer, if at all? Was the board's September vote a charade? Did the board give the steering committee a charter to engineer changes to county policy, or did the steering committee act outside its charter? And if the latter, then is not the school board exposed as an irrelevancy? And in that case, why have we all, so many of us, sacrificed our evening to come here and present our views to you? Are we wasting our time and our breath? If you cannot produce compelling answers to these questions, then perhaps they will be answered for you at the voting booth, because it would appear that you are attempting to railroad through a very unpopular policy change by designating a group of unelected, anonymous functionaries to overturn centuries of law and tradition, endangering the safety of our children in the process. This community, your constituents, and your employers made it overwhelmingly clear last September that its interests lie in the public school system maintaining neutrality on the question of gender identity, since this issue is rooted in a deep ideological divide that this school board has no business taking a stance on. The only feasible way to maintain this neutrality is to keep in place a policy on bathroom use that is based on observable scientific fact. A policy, by the way, that has been observed throughout all of human history by all of the human race up until the past 5 years or so. Therefore, I urge the board to listen to the citizens of Prince William County. You saw how many people stood up. I don't know if they're all going to get a chance to speak today, but you saw how many people here support this. Steering groups and task forces are not accountable to the public. The school board is. Please represent your constituents in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Having fulfilled the first 30 minutes of citizens' time, we're going to move on to item 16.01, which is the student housing elementary school attendance area recommendations for 2017-18 Potomac Shores Elementary School. Just as a reminder, before moving on, the rest of citizens' time will happen as per policy after the remainder of the agenda has been completed. We are on the student housing, like I said, item 16.01. We're on the student housing, I'm sorry. So we have a motion in order for the boundaries for the Potomac Shores Elementary School.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Williams.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Prince William County School Board table the issue of the Potomac Shores Elementary School Boundary Planning Committee to meet in a work session to discuss what we have heard from public comment and time. It seems to me, let me stop before I enter into discussion.
Let me make sure I get this right.
Go ahead.
That I have so far that the Prince William County School Board postpone the vote, and I'm not table. You mean to a later
Yes.
time, right? So it would be
postpone
postponed.
the vote until after the board has had time to discuss the public input concerning Occoquan, I'm watching them type it. Henderson, I'm sorry. What was the third one? And there was one more. Thank you, Swans Creek. Sometimes the brain. Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman?
Hold 1 second. I just want to make sure I got this right, and then Ms. Ralston, I'll come to you. That the Prince William County School Board postpone the vote until after the board has had time to discuss the public input concerning Occoquan Elementary School, Henderson Elementary School, and Swans Creek Elementary School. Ms. Williams, is that the motion?
In a separate meeting, yes.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. That the Prince William County School Board postpone the vote until after the board has had time to discuss the public input concerning Occoquan Elementary School, Henderson Elementary School, and Swans Creek Elementary School in a separate meeting. Is that your motion, Ms. Williams? Thank you. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Ralston.
I second her motion.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Debate or discussion, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I felt that it was important at this point in time to postpone this discussion on boundaries. I don't think that it is an imperative that we make a decision tonight on who attends the school that is not yet ready for occupancy. It seems that the public has significant comment on the current boundary plans, both 4 and 6. They don't seem to satisfy my needs for my district. That's the main portion of the boundary plans, the Woodbridge District. I'm concerned personally for Occoquan Elementary School and Belmont, the numbers and the overcrowding issue over the long course of the term, as well as Greenwich. I mean, I can say honestly to you, Greenwich families, I drive by your neighborhood every single day. Go to the commuter lot at 123 and Old Bridge Road. I have to drive down Occoquan Road. I then turn right and go down Route 1 past the intersection where Belmont and the VRE is, all of that. I'm extremely familiar. Not only did that, but I grew up in Marumsco Village directly across the street from Greenwich, so I feel your pain. Honestly, I can say that. I understand the difference in that small percentage of mileage. I know on a map, it's numerically it doesn't seem large, but I can absolutely testify to not being able to get home if there's an accident or a traffic light that's out or anything. Cat ran in the middle of the road. It doesn't even matter. There's just nowhere else to go. And I understand the cross traffic. As far as one school being better than the other school, my comment to that is I don't like to pick on schools, especially because it's always something that's in transition based upon the makeup of the neighborhood, the school itself. Occoquan hasn't always been the highest rated school. Belmont hasn't always been the lowest rated school. Something that the public often is not privy to is that it takes time to bring those numbers up. And I don't want our school system or our elementary schools to think that we're picking on them, we don't appreciate them. I most certainly do. So I just wanted to say that while I had the opportunity, but I do understand how that works. My concern is the same for the districting, Fannie Fitzgerald, the new neighborhood that's coming in. Henderson parents having a goddaughter who went to Fannie Fitzgerald. The boundaries were changed. She ended up at Henderson. I know that both schools are great. I was there when Fannie Fitzgerald opened. I had another goddaughter who went through Fitzgerald, so it's not about a quality of school issue for me. I still have serious concerns and issues, and I would just like some more time to talk to the constituents, like more time to talk to my fellow board members as a board about this, and see if maybe we can make some adjustments or changing. I just think it's worth the effort. So that's why I asked for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Jessie. I'm sorry, Dr. Waltz, you had something to say, then Ms. Jessie.
Yes, thank you. Again, we serve at the pleasure of the board, but I think it's important to understand the budgetary implications and the timeline associated with that, and I'd like Mr. Klein to briefly speak to that.
Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Waltz. The timing of the boundaries is aligned with the development of the budget process and the preparation of the budget. We are currently in the process of working on the superintendent's proposed budget, which would come to you at our next meeting on February the 1st. Our intention, in fact, is that tomorrow we would be revising all of the school allocations that are impacted by boundaries in order to align them with the budget process. If the vote is, essentially, if you're going to wait and delay it, what we would present as the budget, the preparation of the budget, the executive summary, the budget documents will all be incorrect. Relative to, at some point down line, we would have to stop the entire process and start over. That makes a mess of the budget process. The recommendation, in a sense, is you can certainly make modifications and amendments to what has been proposed on the boundaries this evening to make adjustments and amendments. That has traditionally been the prerogative and the manner in which the board has adjusted what's come forward from the recommendations of the boundary committee to an adoption by a final board. So I think it's important to understand it creates significant issues in the budget to delay it beyond tonight.
Ms. Williams, you have a question?
Mr. Klein, if I understand you correctly, then if we still make amendments to the proposed budget, will we not still have to make, amendments to the plans, will we not still have to make the school system make changes to the budget based upon whatever amendments or changes we make? I'm confused because I know that in the past that we've done boundaries and then they've been changed later, and it's been sometimes during or after budget cycle. So I just want to have a better understanding of what it is that you're telling me.
In the context of the normal cycle, and why we've lined it up this way is such that we would have essentially the boundary changes that were adopted tonight, whatever they may be. Staff would go back and basically make a change to all of the school enrollments tomorrow to align what that revised enrollment would be for the changes in the boundaries. Then we immediately turn around and prepare the budget documents for school budgets to align them with what the revised numbers would be. So one is, if we were dealing in one school or two schools, it would not have the significant impact that we have here of, 15 schools? It dramatically affects what that, the preparation and distribution of the budgets. Now, in one sense, potentially the total number of teachers is not affected in the context of where the enrollment is. The problem is that they're all in the wrong schools. And when the principals would then go work on developing and preparing their budgets will be wrong. Now, we have not typically changed boundaries at this stage in the process. There have been occasions in which we have done boundaries in the spring. Boundary changes that have been done in the spring have been typically effective in the following year, not 3 or 4 months later, from a historical perspective.
Could I make an amendment?
Ms. Jessie, yes. Do you have a substitute motion, Ms. Jessie?
I have a substitute motion.
Okay.
I would like to amend, I like Plan 6, but I would like to amend Plan 6 to remove Occoquan Elementary from that plan. I don't see the need to delay that. I would just like to make an amendment to remove Occoquan from that particular plan.
Okay, hold on one second. I'll get there in a second. I got to get this right. There's a lot to type in. I want to make sure just that we need to get this right. That the Prince William County School Board adopt Plan 6 and that the boundaries for Occoquan Elementary School remain unchanged. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'll be there with everybody in a second. Hold on. Testing my typing skills. Mr. Harbaugh from sophomore year typing class, keyboarding class would be impressed. Ms. Jessie, I have your substitute motion. In fact, I'm going to make sure I put that in there just so everyone's clear from a historical perspective. Substitute motion that the Prince William County School Board adopt Plan 6 and that the boundaries for Occoquan Elementary School remain unchanged. Is that to your satisfaction, Ms. Jessie?
It is, but I guess my question is, in my motion, for the purpose of time, and I'm not sure about the legality of this, can in that motion I include Henderson or?
We can make, one second. We can make amended motions to this motion, this substitute motion. That might be a little cleaner. If we leave it like this right now and we want to make additional amended motions, we certainly can. But why don't we just keep it clean right now? So are you satisfied with that, Ms. Jessie? I'm going to have to ask for a second if you are.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ralston.
Can I speak to it before?
You can second first. You second it, and then Ms.
Now I'll speak to it.
Miss Jessie, as the maker of the motion, gets the first crack at talking, and then you get the second. You get the second shot.
Talk next.
Yeah, you'll be second. I promise, Miss Jessie.
The parents from Occoquan have spoken, and I've lived in that area. I moved in 1970. I lived in Occoquan. I know those townhouses. I know they're right next door. There's much been said about the high performance at Occoquan, and I don't want to compare schools, but I have to say this. The superintendent has an objective to close the achievement gap. Occoquan Elementary is not just a high-performing school. Occoquan Elementary is a model school for the nation because of performance and closing the achievement gap. And it can continue to be. If we had a ceremony at that school last week, and we're on the web, they're going to California, and this county will be recognized because we're one of 2 schools in the nation to close the achievement gap at such a level that we are recognized. That's not the only reason. Those students really shouldn't have to cross Route 1 when they could walk next door to a school. So that's my rationale for doing it. And they have some overcrowding issues that I think can be worked with down the road. But this is a school that is a model school that can help other schools in this county. And these kids should not be punished by removing them from a school. We wouldn't remove kids from a traditional school because they have achieved certain levels. So I would like for that to be an account. And I don't want to do the big comparison, but I don't want to neglect the fact that these people have worked really hard to make this achievement for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Ralston, I'm going to ask the board, I realize that there's a chance there may be multiple amendments here. I'm going to ask that if we can just do one amendment at a time, it's going to certainly make it easier. We can do as many as we want, obviously, but I'm just going to kind of, again, you can ultimately make any motion you want. I'm just recommending that it might be easier to do it kind of one at a time from a discussion sake. But Ms. Ralston, it's your turn.
In the amendment, I'd like to add, so that you don't have much more to type, Henderson, stay where they are.
Well, we can't add to the motion. We can
Make a second,
right.
a third
we
motion
can
on
have
the
one.
same
We can
thing.
by Robert's rules we can have one more amendment at a time that we're adding. That we can make a motion to add this to this amended
Yes.
motion. So let me click my add motion button, Ms. Ralston.
Thank you.
Ms. Ralston, I have amended motion typed in, and then that's it for now. What would you like me to add?
That Henderson's boundaries do not change.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Deutsch.
That amendment would go beyond the Patty and Montclair and also keep any of Fitzgerald from moving it to Henderson. Is that what you intend?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ralston, you have the floor.
Mr. Dorch, I'm just saying that I want to add Henderson parents. I want them to stay where they are. How that affects the others, I don't know.
So I guess to be clear, you want the section from Henderson going to Montclair to stay at Henderson and the section going from Henderson to Patty to stay at Henderson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing more beyond that?
Just want to make sure we get this right.
Whatever else is.
Do you want the Henderson, well, I'm just trying to make sure we get this right, that the Henderson Elementary School boundaries remain unchanged? Is that what you're saying? Or
Yes.
they're just unchanged entirely?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of order. I think
Hold on a second, Mr. Deutsch. So
that amendment's not going to do what you think it does. If you make a motion that the Henderson boundaries don't stay unchanged, then you would be keeping anything from Fitzgerald going to Henderson.
I agree. We just have to see if there's a
Okay.
second to this motion or not, and then if we want to, we can
Diana
go
knows
from
what
there.
this motion should make.
Okay. So the motion is the amended motion that the Henderson Elementary School boundaries remain unchanged. Is there a second to that motion?
I have a specific one for Henderson.
Well, we just need to see if this motion makes it, and then we can ultimately come back to yours. I need to see if there's a second for this motion first, and then ultimately you can't add to Ms. Ralston's motion. So is there a second for this motion? With no second, the motion falls to the floor. All right, so we're back to the substitute motion. I've lost track of the floor. We're back to the substitute motion. Mr. Deutsch, would you like to speak? You have your microphone on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I would like to offer one large but very specific amendment.
Okay, Mr. Deutsch, give me 1 second.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Is this going to be an amended motion, Mr. Deutsch?
Well, it's an amendment to the current motion.
It is amended to the substitute motion?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm on the right page here before I start typing.
And just throw it out there, I'm going to make it's going to affect 4 sections.
I go about 70 words a minute, so that's about how fast you can talk.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So the first part is that the sections of Neabsco being sent to Wilson and Montclair be left at Neabsco.
Say that one more time, Mr. Deutsch.
That the sections of Neabsco being sent to Wilson and Montclair be left at Neabsco.
In the Neabsco Magisterial District?
To Neabsco
Or
Elementary
Neabsco
School.
Elementary School.
Yep.
I'm sorry, which one?
To Neabsco Elementary School.
Okay, that the sections in Neabsco Elementary School remain?
That are being sent to Wilson and Montclair remain at Neabsco, yes.
Wilson and Montclair?
Yep. The next part.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Sent to Wilson Elementary, Montclair Elementary School remain at Neabsco?
Yep.
Okay.
Second part is that the portions of Henderson being sent to Montclair and Patty remain at Henderson.
Mr. Deutsch, that part I have is that the portion of Henderson
That the portion
of Henderson, I just want to make sure, let me read it to you just so I make sure I have it right. That the portion of Henderson being sent to Montclair Elementary School and Patty Elementary School remain at Henderson.
Yes.
That's the second sentence.
Yes.
Is that the entire motion?
And then one last,
Okay.
and my apologies, this is going to be a little more specific, but that Barley Drive, essentially this is the back end of Southbridge community, but that Barley Drive, Barley Court, Terry Court,
Terry?
yeah, Terry,
Thank you.
Glenville Drive, and Nicely Court.
How do you spell nicely, Mr. Deutsch? Do you know?
Nicely.
L-Y?
Ly, yeah, Court.
Okay.
Remain at Swans Creek Elementary School.
Mr. Deutsch, you know I have to read this back to you. The amended motion that the Prince William County School Board keep the sections in Neabsco Elementary School that are being sent to Wilson Elementary School and Montclair Elementary School remain at Neabsco, that the portion of Henderson being sent to Montclair Elementary School and Patty Elementary School remain at Henderson. Also that Barley Drive, Barley Court, Terry Court, Glenville Drive, and Nicely Court remain at Swans Creek Elementary School. Is that to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Into your microphone, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Deutsch.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Do I have a second?
I second.
Mr. Wilk, we second. To your amended motion, Mr. Deutsch.
I think there are a number of amendments that are responsive to the desires of the community and that we should pass them.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Wilk?
Yeah, I agree specifically about Henderson and Swans Creek. Henderson, we've heard a lot from the Northgate community and those residents, and they would like to stay. We're talking 20-ish plus students we're looking at with that total group of students there from at least the particular one in the Potomac District. And then with Swans Creek and Southbridge, we're looking at, as one of the speakers earlier said, the head of the Homeowners Association, we're talking about a handful of students. Although Mr. Deutsch read off a couple streets there, we're literally talking about a handful of students to keep the rest of Southbridge and Swans Creek. That's the only part that was cut off.
Thank you, Mr. Wilk. Ms. Williams?
I was just wondering if staff had any input that they'd like to add before we vote.
Mr. Klein, input.
I can get the experts up here. I think the first comment is that the change on Neabsco would leave Neabsco Elementary at 129% of capacity based on those adjustments.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Mr. Klein, say it one more time.
The proposed amendments would result in Neabsco Elementary having being at 129% of capacity next year.
I have just because obviously it's not my end of the county. I have a kind of a question for Mr. Deutsch, since it's your motion. Maybe you can't answer this, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you can't, I please. The NEAPSCO, if you, again, and I'm sorry if this puts you on the spot, please feel free. The NEAPSCO Elementary School and NEAPSCO Elementary School that's being sent to Wilson and Montclair, how does that relate to maybe even some of the citizens' comment time we'd heard during the public hearing? What portion is that relating to? Was that brought up during the, I'm just trying to wrap my head around which areas we're talking about in the county. Lots of neighborhoods, obviously, and I don't have them all memorized. So.
Sure. If you're looking at Plan 6, it's the yellow and blue section, and I guess light blue, whatever we're calling, next to NEAPSCO. While it doesn't relate to citizen comment time here, it relates to other comments we've had throughout the process, and meetings that people have had, emails that have come, et cetera. So I mean, I've had numerous meetings recently. It's a result of community feedback.
Mr. Wilk, thank you, Mr. Deutsch. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, Mr. Wilk.
Ever thinking of Montclair Elementary, what would that do to the capacity? Where would that leave Montclair Elementary at with capacity?
76.8%.
I think for clarity's sake, maybe I need to make a motion to divide this vote, this amended motion, because it's a lot lumped into one. And basically, by dividing the vote, we would break it down into its three portions, that the NEAPSCO Elementary School being sent to Wilson and Montclair remain at NEAPSCO, that the portion Henderson being sent to Montclair and Elementary School remain at Henderson, and that the also Bailey Drive, Barley Court, Terry Court, Glenville Drive, and Nicely Court remain at Swans Creek. I think it might be easier if we break these down piece by piece, as opposed to taking them in one lump sum. I'm making a motion to divide the vote into three separate pieces so we can vote on them all individually as opposed to that. So to divide Mr. Deutsch's amended motion. Is there a second to divide that? Is there a second to divide that motion? Real quick, we just have a motion on the floor, then Dr. Waltz, I'll come to you. Is there a second to divide that, or would we prefer as a board? I'm just throwing the option out. Is there a second to divide it, or we want to vote on it in one lump sum? With no second, that motion falls to the floor. I'm going to make sure I don't lose everything. I'm so nervous I hit the wrong button here. All right, I think I've got it. So that falls to the floor, so we don't want to divide the vote. Dr. Waltz, you have some input.
Mr. Klein, could you tell us where that leaves Wilson Elementary for next year?
68%. As I think was somewhat described in the earlier process, part of it, it's a very difficult issue in the sense of what's occurring within the schools, and there is, I think, as somewhat's been described, somewhat of a domino effect. So if you're not moving it out on one end, then what's happening is we're not moving. There's capacity at Wilson then that would be at 68%. If we're not moving students out of NEAPSCO, we're still moving students into NEAPSCO. That's why NEAPSCO fills up. But if you're not moving students into NEAPSCO, then you're going to have an issue at Fitzgerald. So that has long been the complication within this particular boundary process.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Ms. Ralston, trying to run the board and also think about this all at the same time. Ms. Ralston.
What is, I'm trying to visualize NEAPSCO, and we have a wing coming on. Is it NEAPSCO?
Correct.
Okay. How many classrooms was there, or any classrooms?
Could you repeat the question, please?
How many classrooms at NEAPSCO are being added?
We're doing a 10-room addition at NEAPSCO.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
10-room addition.
Can you name for me the streets?
The streets that we're adding to
that you wanted to move, yes.
Bringing to NEAPSCO. The residences access off of Cal's Muse. The residences access off of Katana Court. And then there are residences currently assigned to Bel Air, Barksdale Square community, as well as those accessed, excuse me, zoomed out.
Does it make then Bel Air overcrowded if I move some of those students into Bel Air?
It would, in fact. Our intent, or the committee's intent, was to move some students out of Bel Air into Neabsco to take advantage of the addition that's being constructed.
Which other direction can we go? Just give me another direction. Look at the...
There are more minimal modifications that can be made to Plan 6 that would embrace some of the input that was given tonight and would, for the most part, balance our enrollment in an effective manner.
I knew you could...
I'd be glad to speak to those if that is a question posed to me.
So ask.
Okay. As far as the South Bridge area, that is completely reasonable to completely unify South Bridge to remain at Swans Creek. That would have an effect of roughly 17 students between Potomac Shores and Swans Creek. That's completely reasonable and doable. For the Henderson community, there could be a motion put forth that did not remove any residences from the Henderson attendance area, but kept the additions, and that's the only adjustment you would make. And then as for Occoquan, you could leave Occoquan Elementary unaffected. The committee or the staff would offer up a consideration to reassign part of the Marumsco Acres community that's currently assigned to Potomac View that could move up into Belmont if that's something that the board would find appropriate. Do I have a second for that motion?
Ms. Ralston still has the floor.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
Just keep in mind, the motion currently on the floor is Mr. Deutsch's amended motion. I just want to make sure I'm just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page here. So, Mr. Brand, you have a first crack at it here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Cartledge, I think we're all confused of varying levels at this point. I've been trying to keep track. Well, Lori said she's not confused, so she's good to go. So that's good. So I'll get some input from her. But it kind of sounds like to me that you're suggesting potentially moving some folks that aren't here tonight that haven't had to say that they potentially could be moved. If so, I don't agree with that. You know, if we gave all these folks in this room tonight a voice, that's not fair to those folks that aren't here tonight to have their voice. So I definitely will not support that decision. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
Dr. Cartledge?
Can I follow up with that one part real quick?
Yes.
If Ms. Williams, yes, she has the floor. Yes, Dr. Cartledge.
All right, thank you. Fair point. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware that that component is only true for the Potomac View aspect. All the other suggestions that were made, those were communities that have been involved in the process from the very beginning. So that is a valid point for Marumsco Acres, but I think that everything else could be passed forward and everyone would be adequately represented in that process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, now, Ms. Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just going to say, as the Woodbridge District representative, as a resident of Marumsco Acres, and as someone who's lived here a really long time, I would like for the Potomac View Elementary School community to be able to provide input because I know that we have a mix of residents who've been there for a lifelong, multiple generations, as well as new residents. And I also understand the school has a new principal, as well as they're just really landlocked. And I would hate to make changes in addition to what's already going on in that area without getting their input. And I also understand that a lot of those families are like myself, where they would need time to make schedule adjustments in order to be able to provide input. So outside of that portion of your recommendation, I am very pleased with what you brought forward. Okay.
But just so we're all clear, your recommendation is not on the floor. I just like to make sure everybody's on the same page here. We certainly heard that. But Dr. Waltz, you have your hands up.
Thank you. So I want to just reiterate what you just said. The things that Dr. Cartledge is saying are not his recommendations. They are not the staff's recommendations. They're not the superintendent's recommendations. What he means by doable is, yes, you could leave one school at 150-some% over capacity. Yes, you could leave another school at 60-some% capacity. But I just want to make it absolutely clear that when he says it's doable, that doesn't mean it's the administrative recommendation.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Waltz, for the clarification. I don't know if I want to chime in yet. So we are. I just again, for the sake of clarity, let me, Mr. Brand. I think probably good for both of us at this point. Let me reread the current amended motion that's on the floor to the substitute motion, but not the main motion. That the amended motion currently on the floor is that the Prince William County School Board keep the sections in Neabsco Elementary School that are being sent to Wilson Elementary School and Montclair Elementary School that remain at Neabsco, that the portion of Henderson being sent to Montclair Elementary School and Patty Elementary School remain at Henderson, and also that Barley Drive, Barley Court, Terry Court, Glenville Drive, and Nicely Court remain at Swans Creek Elementary School. Just for clarity, that is the motion still on the floor that we're at right now with the amended motion. Does that help, Mr. Brank? Because it actually helped me to reread it a little bit, although, yes, thank you.
I have a point of order.
A point of order,
Yeah,
Mr. Will.
I don't believe there were Henderson going to Montclair. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh.
Point of order. With no further discussion, Mr. Deutsch, discussion on this amended motion?
Can we get to calling the question?
No, that's, well, you had your mic on. I was getting ready to do that. All right. Okay, we're going to call the vote on this amended motion. Mr. Wilk, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Miss Jessie?
Yes.
Miss Williams?
No.
Mr. Brand?
Yes.
Miss Ralston?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Sorry, so many buttons to click. I apologize, everyone.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. Williams, 1 absent. Satterwhite. Motion passed.
Okay. So, everyone, that brings us back to the substitute motion. We still have to vote on this. The substitute motion, so those are now, the motion that we just passed is now part of this substitute motion. And then so the remaining part of the substitute motion that we need to pass is that the Prince William County School Board adopt Plan 6, that the boundaries for Occoquan Elementary School remain unchanged. Is there any further discussion on that motion? With that, I'll call the vote. I'm sorry, did I not I didn't see you, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Deutsch, go ahead. I apologize for missing you.
Sure. I will, I think there's a map that probably everybody can live with for their districts. I will just make the point that the one school left at the largest overcapacity at 158% is Occoquan Elementary. So I think in Occoquan, people need to figure out if they want to reduce trailers or not.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Miss Jessie, you have your microphone on as well.
Yes. The people from Occoquan have spoken, and I think in the future, I'm asking Mr. Klein and Dr. Waltz to look at the land in back of Occoquan and look at some of the parkland there. To move these people, you're talking about percentage. What is the actual enrollment at Occoquan? How many kids are we talking about? moving, how many students are we talking about moving to Belmont?
There'd be approximately 100 students being.
How many?
Approximately 100 students being reassigned from Occoquan to Belmont.
They have spoken. They have done well in this particular school setting. How many trailers do we have at Occoquan?
We have 6 portable classrooms at Occoquan Elementary.
Yeah. Are there any second graders in trailers at Occoquan?
I'm unaware of how the principal brewer is using the
I think
space.
one of the parents that was here asked that we consider the fact that they don't have that situation. I would like an alternative plan for Occoquan Elementary to allow these kids to remain in their school, at least for 1 year, until we develop another plan.
That is the current motion as we have right now, that the Prince William County School Board adopt Plan 6 and the boundaries for Occoquan Elementary School remain unchanged. So as of right now, that's how that will be if this passes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this matter? Okay. With that, I'll call the vote on this as well. Mr. Klein, did you have something before?
Before we get totally to the end, there is the issue of rising fifth graders that you might want to take up.
Is that a matter of, thank you, we did that, I believe, last time as well. And it does have to be part of the motion for it to be guaranteed?
Correct. It would be rising fifth graders.
How about somebody amend the motion if that's what we want to do then? Why not?
What are we amending?
If someone wants to, I'm just saying, do we want to protect the
Yes.
fifth graders having, the rising fifth graders?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ralston.
I move that we include the rising fifth graders in this motion.
And historically, that has been subject to providing their own transportation.
Yes,
The rising fifth graders from where?
from their school.
Anyone being moved has the right, what he's
To
saying is
stay.
anyone being moved has, any fifth grader being moved, current fourth grader this year would have the right to
To
stick
stay.
around at their school as long as they provide their own transportation. So,
Right.
been a motion that,
I would like to make another consideration.
hold on one second, I have to get a second for this motion first. Let me get it typed in, please. The amended motion that rising fifth graders can remain at their current school, provided they provide, that makes sense, provided they provide their own transportation. Ms. Ralston, I have the amended motion that the rising fifth graders can remain at their current school, provided they provide their own transportation. Is that how you'd like the motion to read?
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Mr. Deutsch seconds. Discussion, Ms. Ralston?
Yes. One of the good things about this little piece of it is that they get to graduate from fifth grade, with their friends that they have grown up with. I've watched this happen in my district. Parents really did not have a big problem with getting their kids to school. They carpooled and did all kinds of little things. So I appreciate if I can get the vote.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Anyone else? Ms. Jessie?
I would like to make a motion that those families in Greenwich Village that live right next door to the school be allowed to consider provide transportation or be allowed to walk to Occoquan Elementary.
I believe with the current motion, Ms. Jessie, that if please someone correct me if I'm wrong, Greenwich Village is currently in the Occoquan district, is that correct?
Correct. So as the motion reads now, if left unaffected.
Yeah,
no
currently,
need
the
for further-
Occoquan, the current motion on the floor, the substitute motion is not, Occoquan will remain untouched. I think that would be redundant to add that to the motion because they're currently not being moved at all under the current motion. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Deutsch.
I have one last amendment.
Hold on a second. Make sure how many I have on the floor here. So we got a substitute motion, one amended motion. We can do. We can still do one more. We can still do one more amendment to this substitute motion right now.
Question on this amendment, and then just let me have one more amendment.
We certainly can. Yes, if that's. I think that would be a little easier from the computer perspective. Not trying to avoid what you want to do. I'm just trying to get this right. I'm sorry, the ladies. I need to be able to focus on this. The amended motion that so currently the rising fifth graders can remain at their current school provided they provide their own transportation. I will call the vote. Mr. Wilk, how do you vote? Yeah, just for the amended motion that rising fifth graders can remain at their current school provided
Yes.
they provide their own transportation. Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Miss Jessie? Miss Jessie, how do you vote that rising fifth graders can remain at their current school providing they provide their own transportation? Which is, again, the normal thing that is typically done.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Williams? And your mic, please. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Brand?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
I vote yes. Ms. Satterwhite is not present.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 absent, Satterwhite, motion passed.
Okay. Now we're back to the substitute motion. Mr. Deutsch?
All right, one last amendment, and I think this hopefully addresses some of the other concerns we have. But this would direct staff that the next time that we boundary schools on the eastern end, that we do it, we reboundary everything planned for the next 4 years and phase it in at once. So it lets us consolidate and not keep disrupting things around.
Yeah, Mr. Deutsch, I'm sorry, we can certainly talk about this, but I'm going to have to rule that out of order simply because it's not what's on the agenda today, which is the current boundaries. If we want to talk about future boundaries and put that on as a different agenda item, that's certainly something we can discuss, but the board is not prepared to discuss those types of things at this particular time. So I just have to rule it out. I'm not saying it's not worthy of a future debate. I'm just saying it's not germane to this conversation here today. So. All right, so we are back. We are back to the substitute motion that the Prince William County School Board, I'm sorry, I'm just going to make sure everybody can hear me so we're all on the same page. We are back to the substitute motion that the Prince William County School Board adopt Plan 6 and that the boundaries for the Occoquan Elementary School remain unchanged, knowing that the one amended motion, Mr. Deutsch amended his motion, passed 6-1 to 1 not present. That is also included in this, but now we're just voting on the substitute motion. That Prince William County School Board adopt Plan 6 and the boundaries for Occoquan Elementary School remain unchanged. As amended, correct. Yes, the amendment is already passed. That is already in the system. Further debate? Mr. Wilk, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Deutsch, how do you vote? Aye. And your mic, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Thank you. Miss Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mic, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Miss Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Brand, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Ms. Satterwhite, not present. I'll probably hit the wrong button at this point.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 absent, Satterwhite, motion passed.
Believe it or not, we're on to item 17.01. On to item 17.01, which is on for information, the employee compensation study, Siegel Waters Consulting. Mr. Johnson.
Oh, are we done? Thank you. I'm just so confused.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Chairman Sawyers, school board members, Dr. Waltz. The school board authorized a salary analysis and reclassification study at the March 16th, 2016 meeting as part of the FY17 budget and CIP approval process. The last division-wide salary analysis and reclassification study conducted by an outside agency or a consultant was done prior to Dr. Walt's arrival in July 2005. Siegel Waters Consulting was hired in compliance with our procurement regulation and Code of Virginia to get to know and understand our unified pay scale. Mrs. Heather Kasimi, our consultant, is Vice President and Senior Compensation Consultant in the Public Sector Compensation Practice at the Siegel Company, which she joined in 1995. She is located in the Washington, D.C. office. Mrs. Kasimi is responsible for managing and conducting total rewards consulting projects for public sector clients nationwide. This includes the design and administration of market studies to determine prevailing salaries, benefits packages, HR practices to assist SEQUEL clients with evaluating and redesigning their total reward structure. She also manages classification studies and responsible for conducting employee opinion surveys and engagement studies. Prior to hearing from our consultant, Deborah Sparks, Director of Benefits and Retirement Service, will have an opportunity to speak with you to give you a quick overview of our current situation in Prince William County Public Schools. And Mrs. Sparks has worked closely with the consultant and myself on this project. At this time, Debbie.
Good evening, Chairman Sawyer, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. Just to reiterate what Mr. Johnson did say is that the school board did authorize the salary analysis and classification study at the March 16, 2016 meeting as part of the FY17 budget and CIP approval. PWCS does compete with the largest school divisions in the Commonwealth of Virginia and also in the state of Maryland, as well as Washington, D.C. We are the second largest school division in the Commonwealth, with Fairfax being the largest. Fairfax is also considered the 10th largest school division within the United States. Montgomery County in Maryland is the 15th largest, and Prince George's County is the 21st. I say that because we are the 35th largest school division in the nation, which I think we all should think highly of that. Prince William County is the 12th largest employer in the Commonwealth of Virginia and the largest employer in Prince William County with 13,000 employees, including substitutes and temporaries. Our payroll each time, probably we cut approximately 15,000 different checks over, of course, on every payroll. This past year, we projected 1,000 new teacher hires for the 2016-17 school year, and we, to date, have filled 944 of those vacancies. We are still experiencing a large number of vacancies in the teaching area. For the month of January so far, we still have 70 vacancies. And that is the largest number of vacancies since 2005. PWCS does enjoy a teacher turnover rate of approximately 10%, which, as you can see, is much lower than the national average, which is 16% per the National Center of Education and Statistics. Our goal is to remain under 12% at any one time. During the exit interview survey, which we offer to employees is through either an online session or a face-to-face, consistently it shows the top 3 reasons that certificated staff leave is because of spousal transfers, long commutes, or family responsibilities. Recently, we received data from the Virginia retirement system to show that teachers who left Prince William County, do they go to Fairfax or do they go someplace else? What we found this year is we had 68 people go to Fairfax, and we received 68 teachers from Fairfax. So it was a wash this year. In past years, some of those we've received more than they have received from us. The VDOE every year puts out a listing of critical shortages in teaching. As you can see, we have a listing here for Prince William County. There is mathematics, there is special education, there is career and technology, ESOL, sciences, and middle school, and for the first time, it is also elementary school. So we have a shortage of elementary school teachers. In non-teaching positions, we have the technology at all levels. We are short, and then, of course, the HVAC positions in facilities and school nurses. As a way to try to encourage some of our staff to get a teaching degree and also to keep our teachers, we do provide tuition reimbursement. And for teachers on an annual basis, that's $700 every year. And for support staff, it's $350 for that support staff who is interested in achieving a teaching degree. The program is on a first-come, first-served basis. and it is always contingent upon the availability of the budgeted funds. The budget this year was $209,809, if you want to get down to the specifics, and then the balance currently is $63,000. Per my office, we will probably exhaust all of those funds prior to March 31st. Other ways of compensation is PWCS provides additional annual compensation to the National Board Certified Teachers of $2,000. And for speech pathologists, we offer $2,000 for those who achieve their certification in the 3 C's, which stands for certification, clinical, and competency. BDOE, the Department of Education, provides additional annual compensation to the National Board Certified of $2,500 a year. And then in the STEM program, for those teachers who, after 1 year of teaching in a STEM program in a middle school or high school, can receive from the state $5,000 a year. PWCS does have our own recognition for our employees, and that is in our service awards. And after 5 years of service with Prince William County, we do provide a pin and a $100 check. After that, every 5 years, that increases by $100. So by the 25th year, you do get you get $500, and then for every 5 years after that, you get an additional $500. Prince William County is one of the few school divisions that does have site-based management, which means that the principals receive the funding for the staffing and supplies, and they are responsible for managing those funds and for their student outcomes. Lastly, just Prince William County, we do pay out 10% of the value of an employee's accrued sick leave when upon separation. I recently did a survey of all the Region 4 school divisions, and what I found was that in Region 4, the payout is given at retirement only in majority of them after they have been in their positions at least 15 years, and that many of those payouts are capped. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Heather Kasimi from Siegel.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me here and for giving your attention to this information. I know we've all had a long day, so I will go through these slides as quickly as possible. I have about 30 pages of information to share with you tonight. As Mr. Johnson said, my name is Heather Kazemi. I'm a vice president with Siegel Waters Consulting. Just a short bit about the company. The Siegel Group, which was founded in 1939, is a nationwide human resources consulting firm with 24 offices and about 1,000 employees in North America. For the past 22 years, my colleagues and I have specialized in providing compensation analysis and advice to public sector organizations throughout the country, including public school districts. So this evening I'm going to share with you the results of the recent market analysis. These 30 slides or so that I'm going to show you summarize the findings, but we're also finalizing a written report that provides more detail. So the agenda for this evening. First, I'll talk briefly about the purpose and methodology of the study. Then I'll share the market study findings. First, the findings for teachers, and then findings for staff positions, classified, administrator, and managerial staff. Lastly, I will speak to some recommendations and next steps for you all to consider. So the goals of the study are twofold. First, to evaluate and quantify the school division's total compensation market position. And when I say total compensation, I mean salaries and the employer cost of benefits, of employee benefits, for all employee groups, including educators, administrators, and other staff. The second goal is to update, validate, and modernize the job classification structure and the job descriptions for administrators and staff. The primary objective of the analysis is to ensure that Prince William County Schools has policies and practices that enable you to successfully recruit, retain, and recognize qualified and committed educators and staff so that you can provide a world-class education. The next slide shares some information about the methodology. To measure our market position, we first needed to define what is the market. And you can see on the slide, this is, we've segmented the market into 4 areas. The first is the other 8 school divisions in the Washington Area Boards of Education, or the WABE school districts. The second segment include 2 other neighboring school divisions, that is Fauquier and Stafford. And for those positions that are not specific to school environments, we also looked at local area governmental employers as well as private sector employers. So in total, this study includes 17 public sector comparator organizations and 4 data sources representing the private sector. A little bit about the current workforce. You see here the approximate number of individuals as well as a percent of total. Of course, the largest group being teachers and other certified professionals that are paid on the teacher portion of the unified salary scale comprise 58% of the workforce here, the largest proportion. Classified staff covers 37%, and that category includes those who perform support and technical work, such as teacher assistants, food service workers, office support, facilities technicians, bus drivers, and so on. That's who's in the classified staff section. And then the smallest group, administrators and managers, make up only 4% of the workforce, and those are school principals, assistant principals, instructional leadership, and other professionals that lead and support the school division. So the market study findings I will share with you tonight are segmented by these 3 categories. So let's get to the findings. On this slide, you see a picture of the current teacher salary ranges. This is part of the unified pay scale. They're traditional lane and step model design for teachers, that is pay lanes based on educational attainment of the teacher, and then the pay steps you see here, there are 29 steps that are there to recognize or designed to reflect years of teaching experience. And you see here in this table, I thought you might like to know how your current educators are distributed among those pay lanes. About a third are in the bachelor's or the bachelor's plus 15 pay lanes, and then 2/3 have a master's degree or higher. Now you see there are those 29 pay steps. This is how the current teachers and educators are distributed along those pay steps. So this covers all the pay lanes and all the teachers in the school system right now. So going from step 1 to step 29, you'll see about 3/4 of teachers are in the first half of that pay range. This will become important as you see more of the findings. So I'm going to show you a series of charts and tables that compare the current teacher salary ranges to the market average. So what we see here, this is the bachelor's pay lane, and you see steps 1 through 29. And the green line is Prince William County Schools. The red line shows the average of the other 8 WABE school districts. And then the dotted blue line right below that is what I'm calling the WABE plus 2. That is the WABE school districts plus Stafford and Fauquier. So what this shows is that the starting salary at step 1 for teachers with a bachelor's degree, again, just the bachelor's lane, is very close to the market average. In fact, most of the WABE school divisions have a very similar starting salary of around $47,000 to $49,000 for teachers with a bachelor's degree. The similarity continues for about the first 3 steps of the salary range, with most school divisions paying about $50,000 at step 3. At this point, Prince William's salary scale falls below the WABE average and stays about $2,000 to $3,000 per year below the average until about step 13, where it begins to exceed the market average. So again, a little bit below the WABE average, about $2,000 to $3,000 a year until step 13. But the gap continues to grow throughout the steps after step 13, reaching its peak at the top of the scale, exceeding the WABE average by about $24,000 at step 29. In short, the current teacher pay scale is similar to others in the beginning, dips below the market for steps in those sort of middle career years, but then becomes highly market competitive as a teacher progresses through the range. So this was the bachelor's pay lane, and now here's the chart for the master's pay lane. Picture here is similar, but the scale remains below market for longer than in the bachelor's lane, with steps 4 through 22 below the WABE average by about $2,000 to $6,000, depending on which step you're on. Again, $2,000 to $6,000, and then above the market average starting at around step 23. So the findings for the other teacher ranges and lanes are similar to these, what I'm sharing with you tonight, the bachelor's and the master's lane. So the next page here shows the same information, but in a table form for those who like to see the numbers. This one shows the master's pay lane and selected steps along that pay lane, step 1 up to the top step. First row is the WABE average, then Prince William, a percentage difference, and a dollar difference. So again, the same story. Close to the market average at the beginning, dipping below the market until a step in the 20s, and then above market by the top step. So what this means is that Prince William is vulnerable to losing trained, experienced teachers during those highly productive middle years in their career. That's sort of step 5 to step 20 in there. Those are intended, they're designed to reflect years of teaching experience. So in addition to looking at the pay scale, we looked at the weighted average salary. Let me explain what I mean by that. We looked at how Prince William's teachers are currently distributed along the pay lanes and the steps. And we took that same distribution and we overlaid it on top of the pay scales of the other school divisions. So we said, what if all teachers work 10 months? And what if the distribution that we have here in Prince William is the same in the other school divisions? And we use that to calculate a weighted average 10-month salary for each division. So out of these 12 school districts, you see Prince William is ranked 7th. With an average teacher salary of about $64,000. It's almost $10,000 less than the average salary in Arlington, about $7,000 less than in Alexandria, and $2,000 less than in Fairfax. The average among the WABE school districts is $60,000 to $74,000, and the salaries of those non-WABE school districts, the Fauquier and Stafford, are significantly lower, at about $50,000. So this next page shows the same information, but in a graph form. So as I said in the beginning, we looked at total compensation, that is salaries as well as the cost of benefits. So this next page takes a look at, you see those same weighted average base salaries there, and then the average medical, vision, and dental costs. This is the employer portion of those costs, and then the average retirement plan costs. So in terms of factoring in the percentage contribution for retirement plans, and then the last column is total compensation. So without getting too much into the numbers, you see Prince William County Schools ranking falls from 7 to 8, and that's because in overall, the health benefit costs here are a bit lower than the other school divisions. And the retirement plan costs are about the same. Same information in graph form. On average, in case you're interested, benefit costs generally reflect about a quarter of total compensation costs, and that's pretty typical throughout all these school divisions. So a little bit about the structure of the teacher pay scales and pay lanes. You see here the number of pay steps and the range width. And what I mean by range width is what's the distance from step 1 to the top step. So for example, in Prince William, you see the number 126%. That means the highest salary in a pay lane is 126% above the starting salary. So by contrast, for example, you see in Fairfax, it's 84%. That means the top salary in any pay lane is 84% higher than the minimum of step 1. So what I noticed about this is that Prince William's range widths are wider. That is, the number is higher than in many of the other school districts. And generally, there are more steps than in about half of the other school districts, but about the same in the other half. So let's move on to findings for staff. All staff are paid on the unified pay scale. Here is a picture of the portion of the scale that covers classified staff. Again, classified staff are those that perform support and technical work, such as teacher assistants, bus drivers, food service workers, office support, and so on. The salary ranges for classified staff include 11 pay grades with 29 pay steps, just like the teacher scales. Each pay range is 123% wide. That is, the top rate at step 29 is 123% above the starting rate at step 1. So this is the portion of the scale for classified staff. This picture shows the portion of the salary scale that covers administrators and managers. There are also 11 grades on this scale, grades 13 through 23, but the number of steps varies from 7 steps, you see in those highest grades, to 25 steps at the lower pay grades. The range widths for these grades range from 20% to 103% wide. So there are about 400 or so job titles that are paid on this portion of the unified scale, that is classified staff, administrators, and managerial staff. And to do the market study, we had to select some benchmark jobs, that is, some jobs that represent those. We can't collect market data on all 400 and some odd job titles. So for this study, we chose 108 benchmark jobs that represent about 2/3 of all staff in the school district, both classified and administrator and managerial staff. I'll give you a sense of what kind of jobs are covered in this study. It covers all departments and all employee groups, including instructional and student services jobs, as well as support functions such as facilities management, food service, IT, and so on. So here are the high-level findings for all 108 job titles that we looked at. On average, across all benchmark jobs, we found that the current minimum pay rates, that is step 1 of the pay ranges, are slightly below market, about 4% below market for the classified staff, about 1% below market for the administrators and managerial staff. So when you see that 96% that says Prince William County Schools is 96% of the market average. The midpoint and the maximum pay rates are on average above the market, as you can see in these numbers. About 26% at the top of the scale for non-exempt jobs and 11% for exempt jobs. Non-exempt being the classified staff and exempt being the administrators and managerial staff. So I'm going to give you some examples, show you some selected job classifications. This chart shows Prince Prince William Schools pay ranges for selected classified jobs, it's not all of them, just a few, compared to the overall market average, including all of the data that we collected. So for example, you see on the far left, the food service associate, the starting rate of $11.36 is a bit below the market average, but that the maximum at $25.31 is above the market average. And that's a pretty typical pattern of what we saw among the different classified jobs. So you see here results for food service associate, custodian, teacher assistant, bus driver, school secretary, and school nurse. I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about two of these job titles in particular that have come up in recent conversations. One is a bus driver and the other is a school nurse. So starting with bus driver, I wanted to share with you the data we collected from all of the other school districts. So Prince William is blue here, and this data is sorted in descending order from highest to lowest with a starting pay rate. So these are hourly rates. So you see here Prince William ranks 10th out of the 12 school districts for starting pay for bus drivers. And that's step one. And it's the lowest among the WABE school divisions. However, the top pay rate, that is at step 29, which you see there's about $36 an hour, is the highest among the school districts in the study. So you see, again, this is a bit lower in the starting salary, but a bit higher at the ending salary. The next slide shows the same information for the same school districts for school nurses, again showing hourly rates. For school nurses, Prince William ranks 6th out of the 12 school divisions, so right in the middle, with a starting salary or starting rate of $27.65 per hour. The maximum rate at step 29, however, is in the top 3 of the school divisions at $61.63. So we were asked to do a little extra work with the school nurses here that I wanted to share with you. We were asked to identify which school divisions pay nurses on the teacher pay scale as opposed to a separate part of the classified staff or the administrator staff. So you see here we've noted 3 school divisions with an asterisk, and those are the school districts that pay school nurses the same as they pay teachers. So they're paid on those teacher pay lanes based on education. That's Alexandria, Manassas, and Falls Church. Those are the 3 on the left. So by way of comparison, we've added the pay ranges for Prince William County teachers at a bachelor's degree and a master's degree to show you by way of comparison. So in other words, we're saying if school nurses were paid on the teacher pay scale, here's what the market position would be on an hourly basis. So those are the 2 blue ones on the left. And again, that's different based on education of the individual. So we've shown here the bachelor's lane and the master's lane. Now I'm going to share with you some examples from the administrator and managerial group. You see here very similar stories to what we found with the classified staff jobs. Salaries, in many cases, a bit lower than the market average, and then maximums very similar to or above the market average. So that is the bottom of the scale versus the top of the scale. And one last slide on administrators. I thought you might like to know about school principals. And here we see the salary ranges for elementary, middle school, and high school principals, comparing Prince William to the WABE average and that WABE +2 average. Again, similar story with some of the other jobs. A bit below the market at the minimum and a bit above at the maximum. Oops. Now I mentioned that we looked at 4 different market sectors And I wanted to show you how the results differed somewhat among different market sectors. We divided this into the smaller school districts, and then the larger school districts, the local governments, and private sector. So across all jobs, this is showing all 108 benchmark jobs, we found that Prince William is generally competitive with all 4 market segments, but the starting rates are below the private sector average and the larger school division average. Now, the reasons for the differences in the market position between the minimum and the maximum has to do with the width of the pay range. So I'd mentioned this earlier with regard to teachers. And here showing this is the average distance between the minimum to the maximum pay rate for classified staff jobs. So that top bar there, of course, is PWCS at 123% wide. And you see this is average across all the different jobs that we looked at for the other school divisions. So you can see the average range width for these jobs ranges from 43% in Montgomery County schools to 108% in Stafford County. So the next page shows similar information, but for those administrator and managerial jobs. Again, because some of those pay ranges at Prince William have fewer steps than others, the range width is 80%, which is generally a bit wider, but not significantly wider than some of the other school divisions in the local governments. So I have one last slide about the market study findings before we move on to recommendations. Again, looking at total compensation, looking at classified staff, again, because those healthcare costs are a bit lower, and in some cases with classified staff, retirement contributions are lower. Our market position dips a little bit below where it was with salary only when we're including benefit costs. But for administrators and managerial staff, it stays exactly the same. We're nearly there. So to continue to attract and retain highly qualified educators and staff, we suggest you consider a few things, a few actions as revenue becomes available. Number one, for teachers, we suggest you consider modifying the salary scales to reflect market rates throughout the ranges. What that would mean, that would require raising the salary rates in the middle of the range and lowering the rates at the end, at the top of the range. It's changing that curve a little bit. For school nurses, we suggest you consider addressing their request to be paid on the teacher pay scale, given the information I shared with you tonight. Placing them on the teacher scale would compensate nurses based on their educational attainment and would raise their salaries to be among the highest in the metro area. Keeping them on the unified scale or on the classified staff portion of the unified scale means that starting rates are ranked in the middle of the pack, that is 6 out of 12, with top salary rates among the highest in the area. Number three, given that we are expecting to experience a nationwide teacher shortage in coming years, we suggest that you consider enhancing the tuition reimbursement budget for teachers and support staff with a focus on encouraging staff to pursue a teaching degree. Last, for staff, we suggest you consider modifying the pay ranges to more closely reflect the market, that is with narrower pay ranges, but to recognize career path hierarchies by potentially expanding the number of pay grades. So now they're wide, make them a bit narrow, but perhaps have more of them based on a career path progression. And also, we are finalizing some specific recommendations designed to modernize and update the classification titles and the job descriptions for the school division, and to ensure internally equitable and market competitive pay grade assignments for all of those jobs. So I'm going to end where Mr. Johnson began, with repeating the board direction and what you requested.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Ms. Jessie.
First of all, it's a lot of information and a lot of work. And I just want to compliment the staff for the enormous amount of work that I see here. This is not my forte, but I still know work when I see work. What I see as a pattern is that you have another name for it, but I see that we have what I call a longevity pattern. If you live long enough, you can make more money than other people, but you have to live long, and then you're above everyone else. That's what I see as a pattern. I love the idea of school nurses being considered as professionals. I think that they really are professional people, and that we need to consider that. For the career path, you know, we've been comparing ourselves as a nation to various countries, and we're not doing well. And the number one research piece that says that these countries, the key is the teacher. The key is collaboration and collegiality, but it is treating the teachers like they are professionals. And one of the things that I have noticed is that there, and I've worked as a principal, and Amy White and I worked together, and I think she and Mary Page and all these people said, Ms. Jessie, I don't want to be a principal. I don't. Of course, they weren't telling the truth, and they later became principals, but they really did not want to become principals. They wanted to remain as good teachers. And I don't know how we can do this, but I think it's in one of the highest performing countries. They say one of the things that keep treating teachers as professionals, that you can become what they call, for lack of a better word, a master teacher. Mm-hmm. In other words, if a teacher demonstrates high levels of skills, but she doesn't necessarily want to become a principal. She doesn't want to become an administrator because she's watched us long enough and she knows she doesn't want to do that. I think that we need to begin to find these career ladders so teachers who are great teachers by some rubric can become master teachers and not necessarily administrators. I know we've got different administrators on assignment, but some people just want to be good teachers. And we need to keep those people if we're trying. If, for example, we find there are teachers who really can close the achievement gap and they have that gift, they have that skill set, that how do we keep them in the classroom and provide the support? I know as a principal, and Amy will tell you this, I was always trying to promote people up. But then when they left, I started thinking, what were you thinking? Because you got this great teacher and you kick her up because you don't want to just keep her there to help, with work at the school level. I just think that there's something that needs to be said. The bus drivers, when I look at the bus drivers, it seems to me that we have the longevity pattern too. If you stay here long enough, you can make more money. When I look at Prince William County, it's not as transient as it was when I was at Vaughan, but we had people coming and going all the time. There's a military base here, so we get a lot of people coming and going. So I think the entry level, if somehow we could improve the pay scale at that entry level to keep people. And for bus drivers, I think the same thing. We've got issues with bus drivers, and I watched the retirements, and there's a drastic difference in even the physical appearance of the retirees. Some of the classified, in order to hit that higher scale, they are some of them are just physically barely getting across the stage. And I've been here long enough that I began to look for a pattern. And I think we need to think about compensating our bus drivers in a different manner. But again, I want to thank you. This is a very, very comprehensive report, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Anyone else? Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for presenting a study this evening.
Thank you.
My question relates to pay in regards to the number of staff that we have doing a particular job. My concern when we talk about salary and things of that nature, especially at the upper levels for our administrators and most senior staff, I'm wondering if any consideration was given to how many, like say for example, we may have one administrator that does the job of 4 or 5 in another county. Was that any of that type of factoring done looking at this report? Because I think that's important when we talk about changing salaries or pay scales and of that nature. If we, as a county, have a smaller size staff that does the same amount of work, then I think they should be compensated equally, so it's not just quite as black and white as what's on paper. So I was just wondering if any of that was factored into the report that you presented tonight.
The short answer is no. We did not look at staffing levels or whether the jobs carry the same workload. We did look at positions with the same kind of responsibility. That's what we were matching jobs to. So the same level of responsibility, the same type of work. For example, looking at a director of human resources. That was one of the benchmark jobs we looked at, so we compared that to other director of human resources positions. But I understand that the school district also worked on a staffing study recently, and has that been discussed?
If you can recall, at the time that you made this approval, there was also an approval to look at administrative staffing as well. This is not part of that report. That should be coming up in about 2 meetings from now.
Oh, thank you. I just want to follow up just for my own understanding. For that staffing report that's coming, is there salary information in that as well, or are we just 2 separate? It's 2 separate?
2 separate.
I'm just going to go ahead and ask now if we can compare those 2 when we get the information in so that we have a fair picture of what we're looking at as a board, because I think both parts make a whole picture as to how we pay our staff in comparison to other jurisdictions and counties, and that's very important. As someone I can tell you does the work of multiple people, I do appreciate my check reflects that I'm doing the work of multiple people and not just what my position description says. So I want to be mindful of that as we move forward, and I'm hoping that we can have some sort of comparison eventually of the 2. I'm sorry, that wasn't really a question for you.
Sure. But I did want to, I think you raised a good point, because I meant to mention in one of the earlier slides, we were talking about the number of staff in each of the employee categories, that at the administrator and managerial staff, I mentioned that's 4% of the total workforce. That number is a bit lower than I normally see. So I did want to put that in there. I haven't done a survey of this, but I've done a lot of work with other school divisions around the country. And I typically see that number being about 5 to 10% of the workforce. So if that adds to your understanding of this.
It does. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Ralston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see that you had the school bus drivers on there, because I'm going to have a little stick saying, pay raise, pay raise. So, and I'm also glad that you have the same value for nurses that I have. And to move nurses out of the classified range into with the teachers is a whole lot better. If nothing else, they'll feel better and feel more appreciated. But let me ask you, when you were looking or putting this together, the thing that stood out the very most to you, what was it? That just tops everything that what you put in here. So if you were going to diagnose us, which you basically did, what is our illness?
I need to think about that. I would say that that at the higher end of your pay ranges, you are positioned to retain some very highly qualified, talented, committed educators and staff. At the beginning of the range, I don't know if you are positioned adequately to recruit the type of staff that you want to bring to the school division. I think that's how I would answer your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. I'm sorry, Ms. Ralston. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Superintendent's time. Dr. Waltz.
Thank you, Chairman Sawyers, members of the board. Nearly 900 people attended the 4th Annual Parent Summit on January 7th. Several of the sessions were videotaped, so if you were not able to attend, you can see many of the sessions in our video archive along with the PowerPoint presentations. Check out those by following the link from the Parent tab on the school division's homepage. I was there myself, as we have a rising high schooler, and so was my wife, and it was really, really helpful and amazing. I thank school board member Lori Williams for being in attendance and supporting the Parent Summit. I congratulate all those who organized the summit and all of the volunteers who came to help. We sincerely appreciate their commitment and dedication to our students and their families. And many thanks to our very talented Hilton High School television production students who assisted in videotaping the presentations for those who were not able to attend. I had the privilege of attending the Martin Luther King Day oratorical competition on Monday along with our daughter Delaney. I saw and heard our students speak, and all I can say is they were awesome. All 6 finalists, 3 middle school, 3 high school, were just amazing. Congratulations to the student winners and to the Delta Sigma Theta sorority on another memorable event. And I just want to take a moment to recognize our Occoquan School Board member and Vice Chairman Lily Jesse, who is the founder and the first chairperson of the Youth Oratorical Contest 27 years ago. On behalf of the school division, I thank you for your foresight, Lily and Ms. Jesse, and your ongoing efforts. We're proud of the students who participated in the oratorical contest. We also had individual school winners, and each one of them, as well as the finalists, received some nice checks for their work and effort. All gave eloquent speeches. The recipients of the Best Before the Audience Awards were Abdullah Yousafzai from Ronald Reagan Middle School and Norman Jones from Stonewall Jackson High School. Best Before the Judges Awards went to Norman Jones and Janine Farouk at Stonewall Middle School. Winners of the Judges' Choice Award are Claire Lloyd, Marsteller Middle School, and Beverly Sackey, Brentsville District High School. First place in the 5th grade essay contest went to McKenna Howell from Porter Traditional School. Special thanks and congratulations also go to the coordinators, teachers, and coaches who encouraged these students. Congratulations to Woodbridge High School senior Fatima Dyfan on being selected as one of 3 finalists for the Harry F. Byrd Jr. Leadership Award. She will learn in the next few days if she was the winner for her congressional district. Fatima is class president at Woodbridge and has held numerous leadership roles in school and in her community. We wish her well and hope to hear more of her success. Congratulations to Mountain View Elementary School on being selected for a STEM Excellence Award. The award will be presented to Principal Adrian Harrison and Instructional Technology Coach Terry Jeffrey next week at the Future of Education Technology Conference. Congratulations to Battlefield High School's orchestra and director of orchestras, Zach Saunders, on their selection to perform on the Kennedy Center's Millennium Stage on Thursday, March 2nd. The orchestra is one of 4 musical groups to perform from 6 to 7 p.m. Garfield High School recently held a ceremony honoring the 2017 graduates from the International Baccalaureate Program. I want to thank Board Member Ralston for attending that with me. This program began at Garfield in 2001. 306 students took 924 exams, a significant number since most of these courses are two-year courses and are limited to just 11th and 12th graders. Next week, January 23rd through 27th, is Virginia Schools Principals Week. This is a time to honor and thank our principals who are among the greatest educational leaders in our Commonwealth. Each day, our principals and assistant principals are responsible for the safety as well as the education of almost 89,000 students. We applaud them for their leadership and dedication, and it's a privilege to work with these exceptional leaders. I'm pleased to note last year's division-wide survey showed that our teachers and teacher assistants had a 92% overall satisfaction rate for the teaching, learning, and working environment provided by the school division. Similarly, parents reported a high overall satisfaction level of 91% with our school division. Which brings me to this year's division survey, which is now underway. The survey has been distributed to parents. Your feedback is very important to us, and we ask that you respond to the survey by January 27th. And lastly, we cannot recognize too often the dedication and hard work of our school board members. I invite our schools to recognize and celebrate the work of their school board representative and our chairman, especially during the coming month of February, since it marks the annual observance of School Board Appreciation Month. Let them know you appreciate what they do for our students and our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Moving on to item 19.01, confirmation of the board poll.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Deutsch?
Yeah, I just want to point out that on the boundary vote, we never actually approved the main motion, but only the substitute motion.
The substitute motion replaced the main motion. It was a substitute motion.
Yeah, a substitute motion still doesn't actually replace the main motion. You still have to approve the main motion.
Item 19.01, the Prince William County School Board. I'll make the motion that the Prince William County School Board confirm the board poll dated January 3rd, 2017, regarding the request of 2 school board members to hold a special meeting on January 4th, 2017. 19.01, Ms. Jessie, 19.01. That's the motion. I'll make that motion. Is there a second? Is there a second for 19.01? We're on the what's already put into the system.
This is just confirmation.
Yes, confirmation of the board poll. Yes. Sorry, 19.01, everyone. Ms. Williams?
Second.
Ms. Williams, second. Okay, discussion? Mr. Deutsch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We passed a board poll policy last fall that specifically required the superintendent and division council to be notified about a board poll. We didn't have to get their approval, but they had to be notified before one was issued. They weren't notified. I understand the legal gymnastics that were explained at the last board meeting, but there was no notification about this specific board poll. So this board poll violates the code or the policies that we just amended last September. So at some point, the lawlessness has to end.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. I'll explain. Again, the request in my interpretation of the policy is that when 2 board members request a special meeting, that essentially initiates the board poll. That is the warning. That is in order, basically. That is the heads up that the superintendent and legal counsel would get that it would be coming. Again, happened during the holiday season, and certainly I wish the timing would have been better. But that's ultimately the reason for it. So that's why we're moving forward with it and going from there. So, anyone else have any discussions? All right. With that, I'll call the vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch.
All right. But the division council and the superintendent still didn't know about this before it was issued. So you can come up with legal gymnastics. They literally physically did not know about this board poll. So it violated the exact wording that we approved.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the vote. Mr. Wilk, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Miss Jessie,
Yes.
Miss Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Brand, Mr. Brand.
No.
Thank you. Miss Ralston.
I abstain.
I vote yes.
The vote is 4 yes. Wilk, Sawyers, Jesse, Williams. 2 no. Deutsch and Brand. 1 absent, Satterwhite. Motion passed.
And one abstaining as well, is that correct?
I'm sorry, 1 abstain, Ralston. Motion passed.
Thank you. All right, on to item, this one is on for information only. Item 19.02, this is the initial report to the school board about the motion proposed, the unanimously passed motion October 19th of 2016 about the LGBTQ task force.
Good evening, Chairman Sawyers, members of the school board, and Dr. Waltz. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update from the LGBTQ Task Force Steering Committee. The purpose of this presentation is to obtain further direction from the school board relative to the role of the task force and the composition of its membership. I would like to introduce the members of the steering committee and their current positions. I am Carolyn Custard, Director of Student Services, and am currently serving as the chair of the steering committee. And at this time, I'd like to introduce the other members and ask them to stand when their name is called. Mrs. Mary McGowan, Division Counsel. Mr. David Hish, Spark Education Foundation Board Member. Mrs. Heather Abney, Principal, Woodbridge Senior High School. Mr. Fred Milbert, retired Title IX coordinator, and before Mr. Milbert retired, he served as the Supervisor of Health, Physical Education, and Athletics. Mrs. Rebecca Schlater, Supervisor of Secondary Counseling and Student Support Services, and Mr. Keith Eman, Associate Superintendent for Communications. The school board directive to the superintendent, taken from its October 19th motion, was to provide a suggested framework for our LGBTQ task force and to report back with the information in January. The purpose of this task force is to solicit further community input related to issues and concerns arising out of the proposed revision to Policy 060, Non-Discrimination and Commitment to Equity. The members of the steering committee met initially on December 14th to organize, to review the school board's directive to the task force, and to discuss preliminary recommendations for the suggested framework. At its initial meeting, the steering committee identified 6 focus areas related to issues and concerns arising out of proposed revisions to Policy 060. And those focus areas are community outreach to facilitate school board's directive to solicit community input, communications to assist the task force in soliciting community input, and then also school facilities, athletic programs in Title IX, professional development, and assessment of current level of support for LGBT students and programs. The steering committee agreed that in order to carry out the school board's primary directive to provide mechanisms for further community input on the issues and concerns arising out of the proposed revisions to Policy 060, that the task force should have a community outreach subcommittee. Once that subcommittee is in place, it can make recommendations such as town hall meetings, presentations, or other opportunities for community input from all representatives of the school community. The Community Outreach Subcommittee will need to remain relatively small in order to expedite the process needed to procure community input prior to June of 2017, when the school board intends to revisit the proposed revisions to Policy 060. We seek further direction from the school board on the timeline and activities of the Community Outreach Committee. Additionally, the steering committee discussed the best ways to identify school personnel and members of the public who could provide expertise and differing perspectives to the task force and its subcommittees. With that in mind, we initially reached out to a small number of individuals suggested by the school board and to others who have expertise related to the 6 focus areas to determine if they were willing and available to serve on the task force. In the interim, however, the steering committee determined that it needed further direction from the school board relative to the size and membership of the task force. The steering committee met again on January 12th. Our recommendation is to form 6 subcommittees for community outreach and the other focus areas in an effort to do the following: identify mechanisms to solicit community input prior to June 2017, identify issues and concerns for each focus area, benchmark other school divisions who are grappling with the identified issues and concerns, provide recommendations to the school board at their last meeting in June. Again, we ask the school board to provide further guidance and direction regarding this recommendation as it relates to the timeline, role, and expected activities of the task force. As it relates to membership of the task force, our recommendations include the following. The school board provides specific guidance regarding the composition and method of appointment of members of the task force. Members of the task force who bring differing perspectives and expertise to each subcommittee are selected. Task force and subcommittees be limited to a workable number. To ensure a workable number, we recommend that the school board limit its appointments to only 1 individual per school board member, and that the steering committee be given authority to exercise its collective judgment to invite other community representatives and school staff to serve on the task force in order to achieve a manageable and balanced membership. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. So how many, and maybe you said this, and I apologize if this is redundant, how many people would be on the task force, not counting if we appointed, how many people would be on the task force now as it currently stands? I mean, roughly, if you're off by one or so, it won't.
Chairman.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Perhaps I
McGill.
could answer that question right now.
Yes.
We don't have a definitive number for the task force.
Okay.
We just have this skeletal steering committee bringing these initial recommendations. We were hoping we would get guidance from the board on
And people on this.
on the size and the membership.
Okay, so people on the steering committee may or may not stick around to be on the task force, or do we expect that the steering committee will be on it as well as anybody
We
else?
expect most members, I will only serve as needed as a legal basis.
As legal counsel or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I mean, I'm fine, I guess, ultimately with the recommendations. If the board wants to appoint one spot per member, I mean, that's kind of typically how some of these things have gone in the past. I mean, I'll kind of leave that up to the straw poll here of the board for kind of guidance to form this committee. But and then, like you said, I guess that it would be up to you guys to kind of add as you see fit. So I'll leave other comments up to the board to see how they would like to see it formed. But as far generally speaking, as far as the recommendation goes, I'm fine with it, because as long as it achieves the goal of the task force, which is to get community input on the situation to begin with. Anyone else? Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Deutsch, you're recognized. Okay, Miss Jessie. Sorry.
When this initially came before the board, there was such a community outcry that there was not a lot of input from the community. And so the recommendation, regardless of what happens in the Supreme Court, Prince William County Schools is going to have to deal with this situation and have some type of framework of how we're going to deal with the issues that are going to take place. I like the one person per school board member, but I think the variety of people on this committee is important. For example, there are people who have opposing views. I think it's always good to have someone that does not always agree with everyone. And I think there are students that need to be considered, and I don't know how we work that out as a board, but they are, when I was a principal, I often remember thinking, but what about the people affected? You know, the adults can get in and talk about a lot of things, but there are kids who need to be a part, and that can bring insight to this committee. Then there are the parents of students who grapple with this, the teachers. One of the teachers that talked to us talked about suicide and how some of these students are considering suicide. So I think just the one person per board member is important, but I also think the composition of that task force is important, and particularly this particular issue, to me, there are different points of views from the religious community. The religious community, when I listened to all the people that came that night, there was large numbers from the religious community, and I think that we need to think about people in the religious community. I don't know if you need to rotate it or how you might deal with that, but I think each board member maybe should have some input on there, but I think that the variety is also important. And there may be other categories of people, but I just think that those are some of the people who, and may I also say that that night, I kind of watched who came up to the mic, and there were friends of students in the community who were advocating for their friends because their friends were too embarrassed or afraid to come out into a public setting. So I know the kind of work that you guys do, and I would hope that someone from your office with your expertise you've put together some preliminary kinds of framework already in Prince William County. It's not that we have not been thinking about this at all, not as formal, but I would think that the people in the school division who have expertise in counseling and all these things would also consider. Then there's, of course, the bullying part of it, the social media, how that affects many of these students, and you hear all the time about students who are considering suicide because they're grappling with that issue. And these kids are going to need support groups around them to watch them in a professional way. And I really like the fact that you have professional development and training for staff. I think that's really important that you have that. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Rolson.
Thank you. What are you offering? What are you asking or telling, or what kind of things have you come up with? Any ideas?
You mean as of right now? Well, right now, Ms. Rustin, we are just in our preliminary stages, and that is, tonight we would like further guidance and direction from the school board as to what you would like for our steering committee to do so that we will be able to move forward. Is that what you mean?
No, because if that's the, I thought, now I'm probably wrong, but I thought that this task force was coming together to put some ideas out there that you could give back to us just in your preliminary state. So you have been meeting, correct?
We had 2 meetings.
You've had 2 meetings?
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
let me just point of clarification. The steering committee has met in order to try to shape the task force. The
Yeah.
task force is not yet formed
Right.
to come up with the ideas that you're asking, that I think you're asking about. All they're doing is just trying to shape the task force at this point, and then the task force will reach out to the community and go from there.
Okay, so in the 2 months, do you feel that you have anything that you could tell us that we don't know? Probably a lot.
With
Okay, so what have you guys been talking about?
So, and please jump in. And Mary, please jump in. I think like at our first meeting, we just wanted to make sure that we were clear with what was expected of us.
Okay.
And then at our second meeting, jump in, we wanted to ensure that we had your approval to create subcommittees to be a part of the task force for differing perspectives and different parts of the community, and so that we could gain community input. So would you like to add something, Becky?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Schlater. When my boss tells me to jump in, I jump in. One of the things I also just wanted to bring up was that, we did discuss these areas of focus. And in looking at, what we've learned from our experiences so far, what do we need to look at? For example, professional development. We have staff in our buildings that are dealing with a lot of different issues, so we need to work with those staff members. We need to reach out to the community. We need to hear from parents. So a lot of the areas of focus were from just our very practical dealings with this over the past couple of school years.
As the person who was sort of put in charge of the community outreach subcommittee, talking about it, we discussed all of the groups you talked about, specifically focusing on having members of the religious community. I also have done working with students, training them against being peer educators to stop bullying in the schools. And so I have many contacts with students in the county. And so we were talking about bringing students involved. I also know many parents, and we were going to look to have a mechanism to make sure that we had the community input. But we were not in any way working on recommendations at this stage.
Okay, the reason I ask is because how many people are here to speak on the transgender? That's a lot of people. And to ease some of their concerns, is what I'm really trying to get at. That if you are just in the process and have just started, this is really a big thing that we're asking you to do and have given you no direction on how to do it. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there's people that are very, very concerned about their children, both on the parents whose child is transgendering and those who are not. These people are saying, is my child safe? Is my child safe? So as you proceed on, I would appreciate it. Yes, I'd like to present somebody, if that's the case, superintendent and chairman, to be on that task force. And I'm sure there are people sitting out here that would also like to be on the task force. So don't raise your hand because I can't appoint you. So if we give you time so that you can really get your thoughts and get it all in place before we keep putting it out here on the agenda, I think we'll be a lot better off, because we are kind of making people a little bit nervous. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Dr. Waltz, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman Sawyers. So just to give a little bit of a recap, the purpose of coming to you tonight was you gave this to me and members of our staff to explore, and as part of doing that, we needed to create some type of framework. What we were charged with doing was coming back in January to present a framework to you to say, is this how you'd like us to proceed? Are we doing the things that you would like us to do, a majority of the board? Are we looking at the things that you want us to look at? Are we including the people you'd like us to hear from? Are you comfortable with the fact that we're going to try to have a series of ways to get the community involved? Because this has such emotion attached to it, which you spoke to, I felt it was very important to not get too far out in front of this until we came back, as you directed me to do, in January and say, this is what we're looking at. Tell us if you think this is the way we should proceed. We've really done nothing at this point beyond what you've seen. So we would need the board to basically give us direction to move forward from this. And that's what we're trying to see, how you feel about what we've done today.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Mr. Deutsch, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to thank the members of the steering committee for this task force for the work that you've put in so far. In a lot of ways, it's a thankless job, and you're put in a very hard place. The board's kind of punted a lot of decision-making things to y'all and put you guys in a very sticky position. Anyway, thank you for what y'all have done so far. I want to make, I guess the first, I have a number of concerns with kind of what I've been seeing so far, and none of this is a reflection on the steering committee, but I think it just, the way that I think we're going about this process, I think is kind of leading to some of those things, in just kind of the lack of specificity that we've given to y'all so far. So this isn't directed towards y'all in any respect. But I think, first of all, I'm always concerned when, the public, when board members don't really see the presentations we're getting well in advance. I don't think this was finalized till maybe Friday. And even now I'm seeing slides that weren't emailed to me when it was emailed. So just this getting things out to the public is always important so everybody knows what's going on. It's also, I guess slide 6 says, reached out initially to a small number of individuals suggested by board members. it was my impression that what we had agreed upon was for the superintendent to pull this together. The important part behind that was to kind of keep some of the politics out of it. And so I'm actually surprised that board members were suggesting members for this committee. And, you know, myself, I've talked to other board members, weren't consulted on who some of these people who were suggested, which begs the question of who's funneling what in. The other concern I see is, I guess, this assumption that we're definitely going to have a vote at the second June meeting. Now, we could, and given the way things are, I think there's probably a decent chance, but the board didn't say that we would. It said we wouldn't discuss it until then at the earliest. So I guess I'm kind of concerned by that assumption. I guess the other thing that's been very odd is the process for the creation of this committee. I think for the steering committee, we have a lot of different opinions on this board. And sometimes reading the tea leaves can be challenging. This is up for info today. I don't think that there should be any expectation or understanding of the voice of the board until we actually vote, because that's the mechanism by which we actually express our voice. So we haven't given any response or guidance to the steering committee until there actually is a vote. And the other, right, which, you know, is what is kind of the process that we were establishing. And honestly, this isn't a very abnormal process even for this board. We did a very similar thing with the Infrastructure Task Force Committee. You know, we directed staff to create a committee structure. Staff came back with bylaws. I think we just straight approved it. And then, you know, over a course of I think over the course of the summer, we added members, and then it started to meet. So from the motion we had, I think that was a very similar thing. So those are a couple of my concerns so far. I think at the end of the day, for this to work on a very delicate subject, it takes people of goodwill who are going to listen, hear, and try to understand each other. It's been done before, even on this very difficult subject. The state of Utah was able to bring at the state level the religious community, the LGBT community together, both activists and legislators. They're able to sit down, hear each other out, come to an agreement, and something that both sides were happy with at the time. So it is possible. The challenge is, at the end of the day, it has to come to this board. And I think this board has to look at itself and go, are we up to that kind of challenge? And, you know, I think we as the board keep punting things to staff and really burdening up y'all's plates. You know, we had staffing study earlier. I mean, we keep adding more work on your plate, and like I said, I think this is a very challenging position this board decided to put you in, and I'm not sure that it has a positive outcome in the end because of where it has to come. But at the end of the day, you know, as well, I think this has to be predicated on a discussion of public outreach to even determine if changes are needed and what those changes should be, not assumptions that we're going to be making changes. But anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Bryan, you're next, then Mr. Wilk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my comments tonight are twofold. Ms. Satterwhite, as you know, couldn't be here tonight because she is recovering from total knee surgery, so she could not attend tonight's meeting. She did type up a prepared statement that she did ask me to read, so I am going to do that for her. This is from Mrs. Satterwhite. She created this last night and emailed it to me. From Mrs. Satterwhite, on September 7th, this board was discussing proposed changes to Policy 060. I had a prepared statement that evening expressing my concerns and questions. The following is from my comments that evening. I quote, "I highly suggest that we wait until the federal courts and probably the Supreme Court weigh in on the current cases. With so much existing litigation, even Fairfax County Public Schools, whose board rushed to pass the policy change in 2015, are now at a halt in their implementation as they wait for the courts. If we make a decision now and the courts later change rulings, then we are taking all of our constituents on a legal and very emotional roller coaster. We owe all of them better than that. In bold, this decision must be thoughtful, well planned out, and deliberate, unbold. Our students cannot be used as pawns to try to make political points. We are talking about the lives of our students. I do not in any way take that lightly. I propose that this board ask the superintendent to form a task force of employees and community members, in bold. After we have more guidance from the courts, unbold, this task force can evaluate and plan how we as a division need to incorporate any updates into our policies and regulations in regards to what has been proposed for Policy 060. They can formulate a plan for the school division on implementation. They can take their time to evaluate what the full impact of those policy and regulation changes will be to the division and assess any costs associated with the changes. The task force can also formulate a plan on how to begin to implement any proposed facility changes or updates. After this process, the school board can be presented with a proposal that encompasses a comprehensive approach, end quote. Today, as a suggested framework for the task force's schedule to be presented, I am still of the strong opinion that other than the organization of the task force, the real work of this group should not begin until we have rulings from the courts. To move into the full work of the task force before even knowing the scope of the decisions just does not make sense and is a waste of time and resources. Thank you, Allison Satterwhite. In terms of my own opinions, Allison said it quite eloquently. I'm not sure if I can duplicate her efforts. I'm of the mindset as well that we're put in the court. What's this statement? I think Ryan actually emailed it to me once. The cart before the horse when it comes to this policy and what we're doing here. I do believe we should be waiting for court decisions before we go too far down the road. I think our communities deserve a voice on this topic. I know the emails that I've been receiving over the last couple of days have been overwhelmingly opposed to any changes to the policy, any formation of a task force, and any going too far down the road on this before the courts really make a decision. I thank this steering committee for the work you've done so far. Definitely, you do not have an easy job. So I thank you for the time you've put in so far. But I think when it comes to your steering committee and future subcommittees, I think it's a waste of your time and a waste of the superintendent's time for us to be putting too much effort in this, too much time into this, if things change later that affect the work that you put into this. And following up what Mr. Deutsch said, I kind of wish this topic could have a moderate middle ground. I unfortunately think that because this topic is so hyper-partisan, there may not be one. I think people are going to have strong opinions to one side or the other. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I believe we're rushing things and we need to slow it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand. Mr. Wilk, again. I'm sorry, Dr. Waltz.
Thank you, Chairman Sawyer. So I would just like to respond to a few of the concerns that I've heard. First of all, to go back and talk a little bit about how people get appointed or how people got appointed. So essentially, the individuals that you see sitting in front of you on this steering committee were people who I approved as the result of a meeting that involved the deputy superintendent, who has worked very closely with these issues as they arise in the school, and legal counsel McGowan, because again, she has been involved with many of these issues. So the three of us handpicked the people who are sitting in front of you. We have selected no one else to serve on anything. As happens often when we have issues before the board members may call me and say, you know, hey, if this thing moves forward, I'd like you to consider this person in the religious community or this person who came and spoke before the board. So we have a few names from some board members. They have not been, they're not committed to doing anything at this point. Again, we wanted to come and get direction from the board tonight. We wanted to make you aware that some board members have had specific people they're interested in, so that all board members know what some board members have put forth, so that you too would have that same exact opportunity, if in fact that's what the majority of the board chooses to have us do. Just in response, Mr. Deutsch, to the assumptions piece, you know, as basically the head person that ultimately has the responsibility for this, even though I thankfully have a lot of help, I'm not assuming anything. This has been put on for information. It is not on a future board agenda. It may get put on the next one. I don't know what the board officers will choose to do. But it is only on this tonight for information. And again, we serve at the pleasure of the board and are willing to do whatever the board would ask us to do.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Mr. Welk.
Yeah, a couple quick questions. And this is probably, you've answered actually a couple of them for me actually already. When you guys say solicit further community input, is that strictly an overall arching goal, and then you're looking for the board to tell you, for example, how many, I don't know, X number of town halls or things we'd like you to do, or is that something that the task force would ultimately determine?
It would basically be the steering committee, and again, I would be kind of an ex officio member of that. But if you like the concept that we presented of town hall meetings, then we would make sure that we had multiple town hall meetings so that we didn't just have them in one place, but that we had you know, multiple opportunities during and over multiple areas of the county. So we wouldn't ask you for that specificity of exactly how many, just knowing that just like we do for boundaries or anything else, when we get community input, we try to have multiple opportunities and try to look for different times and dates.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Waltz. In the 6 focus areas, was there any discussion with the steering committee about forming a committee or a subcommittee that looked at existing data and issues that have arisen in the school system as a result of discrimination or LGBTQ bullying?
Thank you. The area of focus where we're looking at kind of our current level of performance in this area, support for students, I would envision that that would include an analysis of data and looking at what do we have reported to us. Are there certain schools that are having issues? So I would see that if the board approved these areas of focus, I would see that being a task that the chair of that committee would take on, that subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. I think this was touched on by another one about how the original motion, when we voted on it in October, said with the directive to report back to the school board at the end of June. And my only concern is, again, as we're approaching, we're in mid-January, probably going to be February by the time if this was even put forward for action or approval. So that 17th, it's very likely the task force or the committee could come up and say something like, we are not ready to make I mean, it's not definitive that on the 17th of June that there would be a recommendation brought before the school board. I guess that's it.
Dr. Waltz.
Well, again, I would defer back to the chair for the direction. I believe that's what was directed, that there would be information coming back then, but I don't have it.
Correct. I mean, that's my understanding as well, Mr. Wilk, that ultimately the task force would ultimately come back with what they come back with, and if it's not ready for a recommendation, then it is. If or different, it could come back with anything essentially, or nothing. Ultimately, depending on the time and everything else. But just to be clear, the task force would not have any authority or any power to implement these decisions. That would ultimately be the purview of the board to accept all, any, none of the recommendations, or create our own, I guess, for that matter too. So option 4, but just to be clear on that as well. You still have the floor, Mr. Wilk.
Okay, no, I appreciate that clarity. I think a lot of people probably want to know a little bit more detail. And then just a couple general comments about the recommended number or size of membership. I have concern about only 1 member per school board member. I like the idea of 2 at least for diverse viewpoints as was recommended by Ms. Jessie, if that was going to go forward. And then it was also mentioned about having students possibly sit on the board. I'm not comfortable putting a kid or a student on something like this, and that's just my opinion. I the heated and the nature and the emotional component of it. I think getting their input, as one of the gentlemen said out there, is a key thing. But having a student be actually on the committee, So I yield the remainder of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second. It's Miss Williams is next. Miss Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things. I would just like to remind everyone as we discuss this and this topic of LBGT, that these are people's lives and it's not to be taken lightly. It absolutely is a life issue. It is no different than when we discuss how the color of your skin, your disability, or your abilities affects your day-to-day life. So I would caution my board members when they, or anybody else in the public, when they are very dismissive, because you are actually dismissing someone's quality of life. And we should be very respectful of that when we talk about these issues. Whether we're in agreement of the lifestyle or not, it is still a matter of respect for people's lives. And having said that, I'm concerned because I feel like as a board, when we've asked in the past for a committee or a group to be formed, it was done. And we were just asked simply who we would like, how we would like the appointment process. The committee was formed. They would come ask questions, make reports back to us. We would make modifications as we go along. As always, the board had the final decision and there was no decision-making authority with these committees, but I feel like with this one, we're almost tripping over ourselves, it seems like to me, and making this much more complicated issue than it has to be. I think what we're losing focus on is this is not just about transgender community. The task force is for LGBTQ, which is inclusive of a large variety of people, not just transgender people. B, policy 060 is not a transgender policy. This is a non-discrimination policy. This is not reinventing the wheel. We are not making this up as we go along. I'm not sure if anybody realizes, but these are people who exist and we interact with on a day-to-day basis every day right now, whether you know or not, because it is up to the individual to self-identify and let you know whether they are a member of the LGBTQ community. So I would just ask for the public and the board to be respectful always when we talk about this, because it's very important. And it's a reflection of ourselves and our reflection of how we view the community and the people that we interact with when we are not considerate. I'm also confused as to why I'm not seeing anybody why I'm not seeing in these area of focus or how we are getting input from the community. I'm not seeing any specifics to mention members of that community having a voice on this task force that's about them. So I would hope that we would be mindful of that at all the various levels of that. Students should be involved because they are directly affected by this. And this is, that community, the last time I checked statistically, is the highest rate of teen suicide. They're in that group. So absolutely they deserve a voice on this committee, whether they are directly there when you meet, whether it's by email, by FaceTime, I don't even care, but they absolutely should have a voice on this. My understanding also is when you say further input from the community, it seems that from the emails and the things that I received today in the past few days that our community that has been responded to me seems to feel that that is the only way that we have community input. I would just like to remind the public that community input for board members can be received in multiple ways. So it's not just coming to the meeting for citizen comment time. You have the option to call your board member. You have the option to write a letter. You can send an email. Those are all ways that the community can get into contact with your board member. I would also caution the community and the public as we travel down this road, not to assume that the people here are the majority of the voice that is being heard by the board. What you don't see are the emails and the calls that we get. The people that we run into in the store or on the street, their voices are also just as valid as the amount of people who show up physically at a board. I mean, I'm just saying over here. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just want us to all be mindful because as my fellow board member said, that this is an emotional issue, but it is also an issue of reality that we have to deal with. And as a board, we're human, of course, our emotions will get in the way, but our job is not to vote based on our emotions. Our job is to vote based on our responsibilities to our district and to the school district itself and to the school system itself. And that's very important and should be taken into consideration as we travel down this road. I personally would like to see a more developed framework. I feel that our staff here is highly competent and can do and report back to us, and we can then, as a board, as we should do, take the $50,000 50,000-foot view, excuse me, and look down and be able to make line item adjustments or say to the task force, it should be this way or that way. I think that we haven't had an issue with that prior to in any committees that have been developed, so I'm not quite sure why we're here with this one. I would like to see that changed. And I also, while I have the time, I did respond to a constituent today because I was under the impression that the task force was being formed. So that's what I had said. I didn't realize that we were still at the steering committee portion of it. So I wanted to make sure that I made that correction publicly while I had the opportunity. I just hope as we travel down this road that we're mindful of those things and that we can move this further along. And I just want to again state to the public that committees and task force are not the decision-making body of the school board. It is the school board's authority to make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Jessie, you have your mic on. Would you like to speak?
I have an expression that says that you are who you were. There are people in this room who grew up having points of views. And I grew up in South Carolina, and people were called all kinds of names. My daughters have helped me grow in this area. Whether we wait for a date or wait for a Supreme Court ruling, this group of people will exist, and they exist right now, and I doubt very seriously if many of them are in this room right now, because they know what's going to happen to them and what's going to, I'm told that one of the students that came really had a hard time when she went back. The other thing is that, I don't know if Dr. Walsh remembers saying this, it's not like Prince William County Schools have been sitting around doing nothing. They've had programs in place, and they're doing things, and when this Supreme Court ruling comes down, everybody said, let's just wait for the Supreme Court ruling. Well, you wait until the Supreme Court ruling, like, oh, well, we better get together and start doing something. We know that we have students who need support. We know that we have firm opposition to certain kinds of things taking place in our schools. And I understand that. When I was a principal, I always told the teachers, you can do a lot of things, but if you don't keep people, parents, kids safe, we can talk about learning. You cannot teach a child how to read, and they'll forgive you, but they will not forgive you if their children are not safe. So I understand all of your feelings out there. But when you look in this room, there's probably not a lot of people who are affected that are here. There are other people who want to tell them how they're going to fit into our society. And so I think a lot of growth has to take place, and I'm in a growing stage, and I've grown a lot. But I had to grow out of how I grew up, and also out of the views in churches. And you'll find that there's not a lot of African-American churches here now. The African-American church has a very strong view, and they'll start citing scriptures on you. And my girls said to me once, like, ooh, we don't share those views, because the 30-year-olds and the 25-year-olds are not us. They have a totally different view. But I understand the people. Someone called me today and said, well, I was surprised you answered the phone, and two, that you were pleasant. I am pleasant about it because we've got to establish a balance. And no, we can't just wait until something happens and react. I would say to the committee and to Dr. Waltz to go back and look at some of the things that you already know, because you've not been sitting around for a task force. You've done things without it being called a task force, and you know, and I know Rebecca Slater, and I know how she works. and I know how Carolyn Custard works. They're sitting there right now, and in their heads, they already know kids who are having problems. And the new Miss Woodbridge High, my principal, she talks to kids all the time. And she knows that there are kids out there that are suffering. And the other piece that I wanted to add is that I also think somebody from the adult community in the workplace. There are people in this workplace right now who will not tell you who they really are. There are people in this workplace right now probably contemplating suicide. So while we're playing around with the politics, I keep hearing politics, politics, politics. It's not really about politics. It is, you are who you were. And these kids are who they are. And it's our job to protect the kids who are not and to open the doors for those who are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Ms. Ralston?
Last year, when I asked to have it set aside to the last school board meeting of this school year, it wasn't because there was nothing else for us to do. The law, as we are waiting to hear what it has to say, if the Supreme Court gives us a directive, that we have to follow. If they choose to say something and leave a lot of plug in it to where we can manipulate around it, that's different too. But we also have to look at what the state's going to say. We're not the only people in this country that's facing this problem. And like in Fairfax, they got started, they were moving ahead, and everything had to come to a screeching halt. That, to me, is more harmful than anything else. You cannot start out that way. I'm not even thinking that you guys aren't going to do a good job, but you don't know what your job is. Do we run out right quick and build bathrooms, or do we run out real quick and do something else? I guess I'm calm about it, only because I don't know why I should be upset just yet. I haven't heard anything that says this is being thrown in your lap. Not yet. But one thing I will give credit to is the fact that the superintendent and his staff here are trying to think of the what ifs. What if we have a directive that says you will do da 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 school districts or states? But if you get too nervous before we have an opportunity to find out what we're going to be nervous about, you'll always run down every time you see 060. And the other piece to this is that when they said, someone mentioned the clergy. Some of the clergy is on one side and some of the clergy is on the other side. So I don't know if that's your guide, but whatever your guide is, just really try to stay just as calm as you possibly can. I don't believe anybody in this room would want anything to happen to any of your children. I have granddaughters, and I don't want anything to happen to them. But at this point, I'm not scared or nervous or anxious, only because superintendent said, we've been handling this for a while. So, and nobody knew it. It wasn't put in the middle of the newspaper. He handled it. The principals at the schools handled it. And quietly, and people moved on. Be patient. Be patient. There's the old saying, because God's not through with me yet. So be patient.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Ms. Williams, you said you had a brief statement.
Yes, I also just wanted to make another clarification. It's really hard to, I don't want the task force to be expected to gather information on discrimination cases against LGBTQ community or that they've put forth when they're not covered under the policy, so there's no way they could have a discrimination claim because they're not covered, which is the point of this. So I just want to make sure the public understands that there's never going to be any of those claims because they can't make them. They're not currently covered, which is what we're talking about for the policy. And just to remind it, it's for staff and students, not just students that we're talking about. There's a whole section of staff that would fall under that non-discrimination policy as well. Thank you.
Mr. Brand.
Just a couple quick things, because I know we have a lot of people that are patiently waiting to speak during the second part of citizens' comments. I'm not a mathematician. I was an English teacher. Mr. Sawyers is just cutting me off. I'll forgive him this time. So we love to talk about data and education, so just some numbers for you. We did receive a lot of emails on this topic, and my numbers are not, they may not be entirely accurate. I did a very quick count, but just in the folder that I have related to this topic, I think I received a total of 81 emails that had very strong opposition to any sort of variety of topics, but just opposition. And I think I had 2 in favor of the task force progressing. So the opinions are very strong on this topic, and I feel like they're very strong one way. But it doesn't mean I didn't read every single email. You know, it didn't matter what that person's point of view. I apologize. I didn't respond to every single email, but I did read them all. In terms of communications, I don't think a town hall may be a good idea. I do have concerns about what could happen at town halls. But I know a lot of people that are in this room tonight that are waiting to speak during citizen comments probably would gladly show up at a town hall to voice their thoughts on this topic. And I know others would as well. I don't see it as kind of a scene where people need to be scared. If something is important to them, I think they will show up and talk. Mr. Sawyers, that's all I got.
Try to put a quick bow on this. Is that I know the direction you probably received so far is as clear as mud, so I fully appreciate that. I guess, and I'm not expecting everyone to agree with every single thing I'm about to say, but I guess for lack of complete clarity, I know there seemed to be some consensus that the board would want to appoint, whether that be 2 or 1. I think ultimately we can determine, through an official vote, and we actually get to vote and form this committee. That can be, you can recommend one or the other, and if the board chooses to amend it, then they can choose to amend it, and basically come forth with the structure. So we ultimately can't dissolve the task force at this point. There's not an action. That action has already been taken, and it's your job to form it at this point. And so I guess the recommendation that I'm hearing, based on pretty mixed reviews depending on what certain aspect we want to talk about, is based on the recommendations you gave us, I would suggest, I guess, bringing those forth to the board, and the board may ultimately choose and be fully prepared. They may ultimately choose to carve out some of them they don't like, or add different members, or appoint 1, 2, 0. They might decide to change certain parts of what you're doing. But I think based on the recommendations provided so far, you can move forth with that, and then the board again may choose when that is ready, may choose to alter that as it sees fit by majority vote. But I think at least you're on the path to doing that as the board asked for on October 19th. So I think that's where we are with it at this point. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. We're moving right along as we traditionally do. We'll let the citizens, before the board matters side of things, we'll get to the rest of citizens' time. We had, like I said, 35 speakers at the door, another 15 sign up or so. 35 ahead of time, 15 at the door. So the same deal ahead of time, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 0 seconds, yellow, red, decorum, all that stuff, right? So we can go back to it. So I'm going to call up the next 10 speakers and go from there. So we got Arthur Denagam, David Schrock, Mary Romiller, Frank Rogala, Bob Martin, William Card, Mark Bolin, Andrea Delavon, Deborah Hunter, and Mark Hunter. Those are our next 10 speakers. Mr. Denogam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, last fall I came here to voice my concerns over the actions being taken to vote on a change to the 060 discrimination policy. The people spoke and the board heard, or at least the board delayed the decision to this June. Some progress was made because a compromise had been reached. Our nation was built on the principles of democracy where the people's voice would be heard. These democratic principles allow for two practices, which I'd like to discuss with you tonight. One, that those who govern are accountable to those governed, and two, that in order to make progress among factions, compromises need to be made. To the first point, I was disappointed to hear that the board, just a few weeks after the decision to delay any vote on the proposed changes to Policy 060, decided to form a steering committee for the purpose of forming a task force. Unknown until tonight to the public was how the steering committee and task force is or would be formed, how they would operate, how much weight their conclusions would carry if contrary to the public opinion. It would seem that the task force has no accountability to the public at all, and yet they would be the ones who steer the board's decision. The committee has already acted in ways that presume a change to the policy, so how can this be? So much for this transparency and democratic accountability. I understand that our democracy has a proud tradition of protecting the minority opinion, as well it should. Compromises must be made for the protection of all. But I also know that compromises should not extend to the minority opinions that are, with all due respect, unscientific. As responsible civil servants and as decent human beings, you ought to think, act, and judge according to reality. And what is reality, if not at least that which we can know through the sciences? Science is neutral ground, unblemished by emotion, as it is based on objectivity and is something which everyone can plainly see and understand. Yet this is not the direction the board seems to be taking. Rather, it seems that this movement is digressing to historical behaviors that have ended in tragedy, that is making decisions based on either ignorance or personal gain. If the government bends to the will of any faction that undermines true science, whether it be by majority or minority, this can only be out of ignorance or tyranny. There's an agenda here. However, if we were to reason according to what the neutral and objective sciences tell us, it is that a man is a person of the Homo sapiens species with a male body. To say anything else is to change the definition of man in defiance of and contrary to scientific evidence and fact. Again, this would be a terrible mistake to make, unraveling much of the progress our society has made. How can a people be governed according to virtues of justice and equity if we do not even know the definitions of the terms? Please do not compromise on truth rooted in scientific evidence for political gain. Please do what is right and act according to reason. I thank you for your time and attention.
Board members, Mr. Waltz, Chairman when he returns, and it's good to see you this evening, now to this morning. I prepared remarks, but I just want to thank you for clarifying a number of things. I came in this evening with great concern that of lack of transparency with the task force coming present, as well as what the framework would look at. Mr. Waltz, thank you for sharing a little bit more about that. I think many of us are still concerned that the task force would be used to implement instead of to discuss and to receive the diverse opinions, diverse convictions of those among Prince William County. And so my desire and my encouragement is to continue to allow that discussion to happen before implementation, because it'd be very easy to slide into implementation instead of continuing to have the discussion that is needed. I think at the same time, to continue transparency is important as well. We're talking almost at midnight now, beyond midnight. To be able to have this conversation in full view of the public, it needs to be earlier in the day. To push it to the end of the night gives the appearance that it is not in front of the community. And so as the task force is assembled, I would encourage you to have as many open door conversations as possible and to do it in the beginning of the sessions as you talk about it in the future. I think that would help immensely. Yeah, I'm going to cede the rest of my time because it is late. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Schrock. Next person is Mary Roemiller. Mary Roemiller. Next on our list is Frank Regala.
Thank you. This has been quite an evening for my wife and myself. This is the first opportunity we've taken to attend a school board meeting, and it's been quite an experience. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak here this evening on the revision of policy 060. I'd specifically like to address the task force and the policy itself. I prepared my comments prior to coming to the meeting, of course, and I had limited information about what was going on with the task force. Excuse me. Frankly, I was confused in many ways. As I understand it, at the 21st of September meeting, the board voted to postpone any change to the current policy that's in effect until approximately June of 2017, which it was understood that by that time, perhaps the Supreme Court would have had some input into the decision. In the October 19th meeting, the board established a task force to address community input. My question was, what is the membership of the task force, and is the role of the task force limited to coordinating community input on a policy update, or does it have further responsibilities and authority? It is unclear to me what the exact mission of the task force is, what its charter and agenda is, and more importantly, what its role is in implementing policy changes. If the task force is taking on authority to implement changes to the policy, when will they be implemented? And further, are they going to wait until 2017, June 2017? What is the plan there? I firmly believe that no task force should be established without a clear definition of its role and responsibilities, nor should it be the decision authority for implementing changes to the existing discrimination policy. Now, I listened to the presentation as a side note to my prepared notes. I listened to the presentation of the task force, and to be honest with you, I was a little bit confused before I prepared my statement. I'm very confused now. No offense to the task force. It's not intended to be that way, but that's the way I feel it. Regarding the policy itself, I'm opposed to changes because we're all given a gender at birth. It's not something that we choose to have. As a closing statement, I'd like to say my wife and I had the opportunity to take our granddaughter to a military facility, and as a 3-year-old will do, I got to go to the potty. My wife takes her into the bathroom. My granddaughter says, boys go that way, girls go this way. As she's sitting in a stall, she sees a set of combat boots in the next stall, unaware that that's a female soldier. The point is, the 3-year-old
Thank you, Mr. Mark.
understood where boys go and where girls go, and it's unfortunate that the grown-ups don't understand the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Card, William Card.
Thank you. My name is Bill Card. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I still believe in my heart of hearts that this is a solution in search of a problem, and all the data that we've seen and heard bears that out. I'm, reminded, of the guy that goes to the doctor and he says, "Doctor, it hurts like this when I do this," when he hits himself in the head with a hammer, which is exactly what you all are doing. And the doctor says, "Stop." And I think that where you're going, where you're headed is very, very wrong-headed for a lot of reasons. I'll share with you that back a couple of things about elections. Some people are citing this as a partisan issue. In Cuckoo Central, California, you know, Ms. Ralston, in 2008, they had an election. There were two major things on the ballot that year. One was a liberal senator from Illinois, and the other was gay marriage. The liberal senator from Illinois won an overwhelming victory in California, and gay marriage received an overwhelming defeat. So I can tell you, if it isn't already obvious to you by the responses that you've gotten, that you are out of step with your county, and you can't take it any other way. If you were sitting out there listening to how you're making decisions, I can't understand how any parent at all would surrender their children to you. And you've got to get in step and align yourself with the majority of the people of the county that are not in common with your views. A few people from a couple of neighborhoods came up here and talked to you, and you threw out the policies of the staff, and you threw out the study that had been done about the school teacher. The world-class meeting of this body has been on this topic. You might remember the overflow crowds into the side room, out in the atrium. The county is not with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cart. Just to be clear, we were making sure we didn't want to skip over somebody. Did Mr. Martin, have you spoken? Mr. Martin, we did a jump ahead of you one. I apologize. It is your turn to speak, Mr. Martin.
My name's Bob Martin, and somebody already stole one of the lines I was going to use for you. You got the cart before the horse. If you distance yourself from proposal 060, Dr. Waltz's staff is well positioned to take care of any problems or issues that come up. That's my opening comment. I would like to say it is a pleasure to be here because I'm a citizen and I have the right to be here and to speak openly. I want to exercise my obligation to speak out against erroneous and egregious actions that have been and are being taken by this board that violate my God-given responsibilities and represent social engineering, which is not the purview of this group. Instead of directing time, energy, and tax dollars toward improving the overall education of our children and addressing the needs of specific underachieving schools and schools with trailers, you've engaged in an effort to address perceived needs for indefensible purposes. The proposed policy 060 was a mistake, misguided, disruptive to the schools, the community, and the children in our schools. The proposal to delay voting on policy 060 was equally misguided. The presumption that the issues involved gender identity would be resolved in the federal courts by June 2017 is erroneous. Those issues have already been resolved on November 8th, 2016. The task force that was created following the misguided policy of 060 to delay that decision was another waste of time, energy, and tax dollars that could have been spent in the construction of schools or buying textbooks. And this board's responsible for that waste. Specifically, what I heard this evening was a last-minute change to the original agenda item because the policy, the agenda that came forth did not address its charter, soliciting further community input relative to issues and concerns arising out of the proposed revision to policy 060. Having failed in its purpose, the task force proposal should be rejected outright, and the extant task force should be disbanded for failure to perform its assigned task. And all proposals related to 060 should be set aside, and nothing should be done without community input. I would leave you this. God created man and woman, and he credited them male and female. And it was only when man thought he was smarter than God that things got screwed up. And that's where you are.
Thank you. Our next speaker, if I'm on the right page here, our next speaker is Mark Bolin. Mark? Okay. Andrea Delavon? Andrea?
She's going to talk about reset. Oh, no. The pom-pom
I'm
girls.
Andrea Delavan. I have a kindergartner at Springwoods Elementary in Lake Ridge, and I am including/deferring my time to Miss Barbara Larimore in our fight for more PE and recess at schools.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in here. You've already spoken once at Citizens Time. You can't defer your time to someone else. You have to speak for yourself if she's already spoken at Citizens Time by policy. So I apologize, but we have to, otherwise it could be crazy if we don't follow that policy. So
Can I help her with the skit?
you sure can. You sure can.
I don't like you. You're
I don't like you at all.
You're
the
horrible.
worst.
You're mean.
It's so late.
I don't like it.
You should do that on the
All right, let's go outside and play together.
That's a great idea.
I love you.
We're best friends.
That
Yay.
felt so much better than just staying around in the classroom all day and having to sit and hold ourselves together and hold in all that energy. Thanks for going outside and playing with me, Barbara.
You're my best friend, Andrea.
Woo! Thank you. I know. Right? So, that was weird, yes. Thank you for putting up with us. It is crazy, the longer I sat here and watched everybody, all of these adults, myself included, that none of us can hold still for hours and hours and hours. And again, to ask our kids to do that at school and to sit there and actually listen and pay attention and learn. We're all back here zoning out, playing on our phones. Everybody is. And the kids are being asked to actually concentrate and study and pay attention. And they cannot do that. They cannot do that without exercise and recess. I mean, attention deficit, like you can't be expected, you can't ask people to pay attention when we can't do that either. It's not enough. The kids need more time, the little kids especially, they need more time to get up and run around. I mean, there are board members sitting up here right now that are not paying attention. And that's okay, but you're not paying attention. And how can you be expected to do that? How can you ask the kids to do that when you can't do it either? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Hunter. Deborah?
Whoa, new glasses. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. As I understand it, a task force was formed to ask for public input, so here's some public input. I am a parent, I'm a citizen, I'm a business owner, and I'm a voter. I have a son who is 26 years old. 8 years ago, he graduated from Woodbridge High School, a very proud Viking. He attended Woodbridge Middle. I have an 11-year-old daughter who has attended Minnieville Elementary School, Swans Creek Elementary School, Springwoods Elementary School, and is now at Lake Ridge Middle. She's had the finest education in the world, really some exceptional teachers at all of these schools. In addition to the basics of her education, reading, writing, and arithmetic, she has learned to be independent. Both of my kids, by the way, are special needs kids. My son is diagnosed with ADHD, and my daughter has cystic fibrosis. Despite that, she's learned to persevere. She has phenomenal problem-solving skills. She's a patriot. She's learned to judge others based on their actions. She's learned she has the right, the obligation, obviously, to speak her mind, and you can't shut her up. That her humanity and her value is not limited or defined by her gender, and neither is anyone else's. And that religion is a personal matter. She's young, she still has a lot to learn, and I hope in the future she'll come to understand that freedom of religion does not mean using a pulpit to deny freedom to others. That in this country, we do not punish people for things we think they may do. That in this country, we do not punish people for their thoughts. That in this country, we do not punish people for who they love. She will spend the next several years figuring out who she is. I'm counting on the Prince William County Schools to provide her with the tools and guidance to accomplish that daunting task in an increasingly complex world. I'm counting on you to ensure that her search is not limited by the restricting religious beliefs of others. I respect that others believe that members of the LGBTQ community are sinful. I don't agree, but I respect their right to their beliefs. If those individuals want to teach those beliefs to their own children in their churches and in their homes, that is also their right. I do not recognize that they have the right to use the public school system to teach those beliefs to my child. I hope that our public school system continues to teach the history of our great nation and includes the lives of George Washington Carver, the agricultural pioneer, Oliver Sipple, a highly decorated Marine and Vietnam veteran who saved President Ford's life, Bayard Rustin, advisor to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and planner of the first Freedom Ride in protest of interstate bus segregation, Daniel Hernandez Jr., and Staff Sergeant Eric Alva, the first Marine injured in the U.S. invasion of Iraq. All of these heroic Americans are or were homosexual. Do not send the message that their accomplishments are less heroic because they are LGBTQ.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Hunter. Mr. Hunter?
Hi, thanks for letting me speak tonight. That's the wife. She's the smart one in the family. So I'm more the emotional one, the guy that gets kind of fired up, and I've been pretty fired up all night. Mainly because I forget how government works, and it's slow, and it's methodical. And sometimes it works for you, and sometimes against you. I get that. My problem, though, is that we have kids who are dying today. They're not going to die in June. They're not going to die somewhere down the road. They're dying today. And that's a problem. And if you don't see it as a problem, well, then there's something wrong with you folks. I get that people have their religious takes on whether to be gay or not gay, whether it's a sin, whether it isn't. Okay, but they haven't done anything to me. No one's thrown a rock through my window and didn't come in and say, I'm sorry, can I pay for it? Maybe if they did that, I'd be okay. I'd be a little cranky if they didn't do that. But they haven't done anything to me. They haven't changed who I am. They don't change the way I go to church, how I pray, what my God is. I assume we'll all have the same God. But at the end of the day, I promise I will never tell you how to worship. I will promise never to make fun of you while you're at your church. The hymns you sing, the homilies you hear, all of that. But don't bring your church into my schools. Have the same kind of courtesy. Let my kid decide what she wants to do and where she wants to be. That's all I want. And I want her to be protected if something happens. If she decides at some point that she's going to be gay, okay, whatever. It's still my kid. I'm still going to love her today as much as today, tomorrow, the next day, it doesn't matter. With the fact that we have cystic fibrosis in our family, that adds another little wrinkle to it. But it doesn't define who she is. Gay people are probably the strongest people we have in our society. Why? Because they get ridiculed the most. And God help you if you're transgendered, because then you're screwed in a whole lot of other different ways. And we're better than that. We had an election. It was a brutal election. I don't care who you voted for. I'm just glad you voted. But at the end of the day, you can call it religious freedom. It's still bigotry. It's a circular argument. Don't do that to our kids. Protect them, save them. Help them when they need help. Places in California, other states have solutions to these problems. Reach out to them. See what you can do. See what we can adopt. They deserve to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. And I should have called up the next 10 speakers after that. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Our next one, we have a joint speaker for number 21, which is Amy Nishuti and Josley Parada, and then Patrick O'Neill. Joint speakers, Aaron and Bridget Atkinson. Joint speakers, Dustin and Julia Atkinson. Mary Peterson, Xavier Torres, Robin Anderson, John Checo, Corey Holman, and Robert Bartlett. Those are our next 10 speakers. I'm sorry, I should have given you a heads up, and I apologize for not getting ahead of myself there. So the next speaker, number 21 on the list, is joint speakers, Amy and Josley.
Hello, good morning. Hi, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My coworker Josley had to leave early. I have lost attention myself. It's been a long night. I'm a nurse. I'm a registered nurse at all pediatrics. I have been a nurse for 10 years. I work with children, so my job as a nurse is to advocate for children, not only my patients, but all children in my community. Again, I've been working for 10 years with children. As each year, I see increased number of children with ADHD. During the first couple months of school, we receive calls from parents because the teachers are complaining that the children are not paying attention in class. I mean, I was just wondering what is going on with this community, what is going on here in the U.S. I mean, I grew up mostly in Africa, no food, no clothes, but we went to school, 60 children in class, 80 children in class, but we're able to stay quiet and pay attention to our teachers and do well academically. Why not here where they have everything? I came to think about here, of course, children are sitting like we're sitting here all night. You just have a bathroom break. You don't have there's no recess time. So that just from experience or from what I see, also the CDC has done some studies, about 5 studies on physical activity affect children. More children who have more physical activities, they perform better. They pay more attention. Also, it helps them, with their health. We can say all this, try to make everything better for our children, school boundary, all kinds of stuff. But, if we are not taking good health care of our children, physically, then nothing is going to be accomplished. We're just going to raise children who's going to end up being obese, die early, not live longer as they should, not be able to see their grandchildren because they have diabetes. They develop second type 2 diabetes, hypertension, all stuff of disease out there. I'm sure each one of you have went to a doctor's appointment and the doctor have told you, okay, eat better and exercise. If none of you have received the recommendation, you can raise your hand. Each person, from now on, we do assess our children. We do blood work to make sure their cholesterol level are fine. We tell parents you need to take your children outside for exercise, a couple times a week. But that doesn't happen because at home, of course, children are glued on video games and TVs. Parents are busy. So while we decide to help with our patient in the community, we have developed a program called Walk with the Doc, which the third Saturday of each month, we take, we pass our flyer to our communities, not just our patients, just to go to the mall or some school, just walk with the patients. If they have questions with the doctor, they talk to doctors. So we ask for the community board to please give our children more time to exercise, more physical activity and research.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick O'Neill. Patrick?
Wasn't quite expecting to be called so soon.
I'm sorry.
Well, good morning.
I hope you've had time to prepare your remarks.
I don't know. It's going to be tough. We've had maybe just a few hours to
For
sort of
sure,
go.
for sure.
I haven't had a lot of time in response to the task force, but Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Patrick O'Neill, and I was born, raised, live, and own a business here in Prince William County. I'm going to take a different perspective than perhaps some other people have. This task force is, quite frankly, completely unnecessary. The board's ruling on this is completely unnecessary. We have a policy in place. The policy has received 0 complaints. As of, I believe Bob Marshall had a FOIA request that showed 0. And I understand what you said, Ms. Williams, that these folks aren't covered. Our policy states that that we don't discriminate based on race, sex. That's in there. So that leads me to sex. Sex has always been binary. That's male or female. You can take hormone treatments, you can have surgeries, but if you're a man, you're going to genetically test as a man. Same for a woman. If sex is not fixed at birth, utilizing a binary definition, but is based on a person's private sense and subjective feelings, there's no workable definition anymore. Are you guys aware of what the real problems here are? A recent idea of gender, the recent sort of view of this, is fluid. It's continually evolving. It has evolved so much that Facebook had identified 71 different genders. 71. That's a lot to work through. 71 before they stopped. That leads me to perhaps the Native Americans who believe in two spirits. Some believe this. It means that you could interchange between male and female daily, maybe even hourly. Which bathroom and locker room do we allow these folks to use? Are we going to end up with 71 porta potties? We already have issues with trailers. What's 71 porta potties? Just line it up. You can't equate gender identity with sex. It's simply unworkable, not logical. How would you, under Title IX, provide a separate bathroom, locker room, shower facilities on the sole basis of sex, if sex means gender, and gender now means whatever you want it to mean? What are you guys prepared to do when we have all of these other issues that aren't LGBTQ? And I'm not downplaying that these folks have real needs and real issues, but I think we already have a policy that covers it. I think we open ourselves up to future issues that we don't have an answer to.
Thank you. Our next speaker is joint speakers Aaron and Bridget Atkinson, or maybe just a single speaker.
Good morning, school board. Chairman, thank you so much for letting us come and speak. This is my first visit to the school board, and it's been an experience, so thanks for having us. I am a high school teacher here in Prince William County. I am a high school sports coach here in Prince William County. I am a mother of 6 children here in Prince William County. My children range from age 4 to 15. So you can imagine that we have a lot going on, and it took a lot for me to get here tonight. And I also represent many, many families, of course, here in the county. So many that I know of and have heard overwhelmingly since the last meeting. These are families that really do rightly feel threatened regarding the safety of our children in regard to policy 060 going forward. You have heard through the meetings and through the many emails and the calls the very serious concerns from the majority of the people in the county. And I think ad nauseum, from what I heard from the last meeting, there was a lot of issues that were brought up about inevitable abuses of the policy that would come about. And that's a huge, huge thing. And my biggest point today is that this isn't in the hierarchy of issues about discrimination against anyone, or judging or bigotry or anything like that. It is about safety first. So in the hierarchy of issues, you really have to be, I think, worried about the safety of all of our children when something like this, with a lot of abuses that can come about, goes into effect. And that has to come before the non-discrimination of a minority group, plain and simple. Again, the safety of our children has to come before a non-discriminate accommodation for the minority group in the hierarchy of things. So school board, you have heard the issues and concerns, again, about sexual predators, whatnot, taking advantage of this non-discrimination policy if it goes forward, and a lot more. Mr. Chairman, you saw your own school board affected by what people were saying in the last meeting. I wasn't at that one, but I know that you were affected by that, and the board and the vote was postponed. So I really implore you to take that into consideration. And please listen, give me a chance, listen to what I'm saying and everyone else here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, again, another joint speaker I have listed at least, is Dustin and Julie Atkinson. Not here. Okay. Mary Peterson. Mary?
Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here as a concerned grandmother of 6 children, my daughter's children, and I like to reiterate her position. I am concerned about the safety of our children, not because I don't like LGBT people, or I think they're bad. It has nothing to do with them. It has to do with the safety of somebody who is not gay, but misuses the opportunity to use a common bathroom to sexually prey on children. This is not a hateful position. This is not discrimination. This is not bigotry. This is a right to privacy of all children. It's a right to be able to use a bathroom without having somebody of the opposite sex in there with you. It is not discrimination. If you have to pass this measure, which I hope you do not, but please make a workaround where there are boys' bathrooms, there are girls' bathrooms, and there are gender-neutral bathrooms. People have a right to privacy. It's part of the Constitution. If no workaround is done by this committee, or if this is passed without it, it's quite possible with the new administration coming into Washington, D.C., that there may be a school choice, a voucher system. There will be an awful lot of parents who will use that voucher to go to a school that has separate bathrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Xavier Torres.
I've only been in Virginia for a year and a half, and I'm here for the second time in 6 months speaking of the same diarrhea of the mouth issue, and I cannot believe it. But last September, we voted to postpone this until June of this year, but here we are again. Why are we rushing to create this back door for creating a policy without proper public input? You're going to argue it's not back door, but I'm going to tell you, if you look up a definition of what a task force is, it is by its very nature a path to overcoming impediments in order to implement a policy or a plan or a goal. That is by its very nature what a task force is created for. Just do the research and see what it says. Has there been an epidemic of suffering children from not being allowed to use the bathroom of the opposite sex? I watch the news all the time, and I have yet to see this come on the radar screen anywhere. Where's the data on that? If it's an issue, surely it's being driven by data. But we don't have it, do we? People in this room know who the main proponents of this are, even on this school board. People aren't stupid. Children are less stupid. And a child knows that another child of the opposite sex seeing them undress is wrong. They know that. It's wrong for the victim. It's even more wrong for the perpetrator, because that's the way it's going to be viewed, as a perpetrator. Even from our earliest years watching Sesame Street, we learned one of these things is not like the others. One of these things just isn't the same. We encourage that in our children, to develop the sense of compare and contrast. We call it early childhood development. That got lost somewhere. But you know, it takes many years to be educated into imbecility. You ever try to row a boat with only one oar? It takes 2 oars. Like the oars that represent faith and reason. You take away reason, you end up going in circles. Mr. Chairman, you may think you're doing the right thing, but without reason, there never will be a straight line. You can spin in circles and hope that somehow the current's going to take you where you want to go, but unless you have 2 oars, you will never know with certainty. I can only ask you one question. Why are you doing this?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Anderson. Robin?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I live in Lake Ridge, and I have 3 children who attend an outstanding public school in our neighborhood. Rockledge Elementary School is a warm, caring environment that has nurtured my kids' well-being as well as their intellect. I am an extremely happy mom, so thank you. I also happen to be a Baptist minister. My faith is rooted in following the ways of Jesus, the Jesus who welcomed